do you really want to start it? You say yes and just go. It should go.
Oh yeah, yep.
You're live.
We're live right now. Hey, everybody out there in YouTube land, we're live. Just having a little conversation with Brian and myself, and flat Earth model maybe with a question mark, and wanted to just welcome everybody in. Of course, nobody's here except us. So, Brian, I welcome you. You can welcome me. With Brian and myself.
Well, thank you. You got to mute your thing. That's fine. You're still welcoming the people that come back in and watch it later on.
Whoops.
So the NSA, the CIA, and all those people that are watching us, yes, you're welcome to come in and watch, and I hope you enjoy it. And the other people that are trying to learn, you're welcome to.
Exactly. There we go. There we go. That's perfect. That's perfect. So, tagging off of the the information here is obviously a property of myself, my channel, and I'm not going to go into my 2-minute spiel, but it's also mirrored off of the other couple of broadcasts that we've done where we've actually just improved on this. So we're definitely going to put that out there to start this, and thank everybody for stopping by and taking a look.
Go ahead.
Everybody's stopping by and taking a look, and hopefully they're all having a good day. And now we're already in August, which is kind of wild. It seems like the summer is flying by fast.
Oh, it is flying. I guarantee that it is flying.
Yeah, you get involved with stuff and get involved with doing research or something like that, and all of a sudden you're like, "What do you mean it's snowing outside?"
Okay, here goes. I just sent more.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
There we go.
Yep. Got a couple watching out there. You got, well, according to the number, but who can go on the number?
Who can go by that, eh?
Yeah.
If you're here, type a 1 in the chat, please.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to really actively participate in the chat, but if you're here, just give a 1 or a hello or something like that. Obviously, welcome all. I know a lot of people for different times and different time zones. It's coming up on dinner time. They got families, but they like to kind of jump in and see what's going on. Maybe actually, I think we're better than probably the evening news at this point because it's so full of doom and gloom. I mean, this is a little bit more cheerful.
Yeah, that, and we get people in and that will fill in the news that we need to hear.
Yeah, just some things we've been working on for the past few weeks. Just some different things we've been working on. So, kind of came up with a little better concept with a little bit better graphics. Well, hopefully a little bit better graphics. I mean, obviously
it will be.
Yeah, work in progress. Obviously, even if you go out to the engineers in Detroit before they make a car, I'm not sure if they still mold it out of clay.
Well, they mold out of clay. Some of them sketch it out on a napkin. Some of them grab a whiteboard and sketch it out before we start doing the model like we're doing.
Yeah,
same
exactly.
Thing,
yeah, because obviously by the time you get a possibility of a working model of some kind, it's got to go through many processes before you even get to that, because you don't want to just do something and be like, oh crap, now I got to start again and start throwing it. Yeah, that can be, that sort of thing can become very expensive. So
no, you got to start with facts, and then go from there.
Yeah. So
not theory, fact.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's as a good friend of ours, and we know who that friend is. It's not what you can say; it's what you can prove. And obviously, we're saying some stuff here based on what a bunch of people have already shown in different demonstrations, based on the scientific data that they have collected. Kind of putting a lot of things together, and obviously that data's according to the data that they have gotten, has been proven data. What it is, we're still not sure. It's always a work in progress, but it's starting. If you go back on Brian's channel or at my channel, a couple videos.
Either one of ours. Yep.
Yep. Either one. You can go back one, two, three, couple videos back, and it's been a work in progress. And with other people, each and every day, just adding information to everyone, putting information out there and researching. I was offline. I didn't do anything yesterday, and didn't do anything today until now, because I was working on this and just kind of putting something together. And I'll tell you, and comments are definitely welcome. Please, if you want to leave a comment in the comment section, please feel free to do so.
We can get to it even if you leave the comment after this live stream is over. If you leave a comment, we can get to it.
Yeah. If you have a comment or something about this and say, hey, what about this or what about that? We'll try to answer it to the best, obviously that we can, or if we can't, we will definitely get in touch with some of our friends that actually really, know their stuff. Obviously, a lot better than myself. Brian knows, and Brian has a different field than I do, and he knows his stuff. I have mine, and they're different, but we have so many different friends in different fields. As it's trying to get to a little bit, which we both hope it will, to add some stuff and maybe start working on it. What does that mean in the end? We're in the same spot anyway, so it's not something to be excited about or just like depressed about or anything like that. It's something where everyone is in the same thing. We've been here for a while. It's not like, okay, well, we woke up yesterday, but for the past 40 some odd years, I've been in the same place. So don't want to change anybody that way, because that's not the point of doing this stuff. It's about learning a little bit more of the deceptions of what we've been told and taught, and for those of us who have gotten in trouble going through school and stuff like that, and I hope my kids aren't listening. Yep, Dad got in trouble for doing some stuff in school and getting in trouble for maybe asking certain questions. I certainly did with the pastor, because I was brought up Roman Catholic at first and then exited the church right away. I just had a real bad feeling. Doesn't mean the church is bad. A lot of people, enjoy that and they believe that it's totally fine. But I've always questioned a lot of things. So we started putting some different things together. And as I was listening today to a couple of programs, and I know actually Knowledge Scavenger did a program. I'm sure she won't give me a copyright or anything like that. I know Paul is going to be, obviously she might even be listening, and I hope she is, and she's welcome to join. Did some nice work today for several hours, and I was back and forth with her and a different channel that I was actually on, and some good stuff there too. Some really good stuff there. So I'm sure the friends and stuff will check in. I know Brian's in charge of sending the links out and doing that sort of thing, and we could always throw one in chat if somebody needs. As we move along. As we're like -15 since I started talking.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Because we've been doing a thing about the numbers being up and down, and it's we actually get a chuckle out of it, because we Brian and I talked amongst ourselves about that. So there are times where the numbers will fluctuate, and we'll go back and forth about different things or whatever. So yeah, not sure who's exactly out there. Maybe somewhere chatting. Well, there could be. Obviously it's dinner time too. So some people might not. Yeah. So yeah, some folks might be just enjoying it and grabbing a little bite to eat, grab a drink, sit back a little bit. Obviously. Well, Zoe's out there too. Zoe's out there. That's good. That's good. Hollow is upset. Cool down now though. Huh?
What happened there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not sure why Hull was pissed.
It wasn't about us. It wasn't like that.
No. He, yeah. Oh, well, it might have been something up top, or else he or something. Oh, okay. It's probably one of those joke things. It's probably a 2 or 3 parter because I try to watch the open chat, as much as possible. But obviously there's a delay. So if there's obviously there's going to be a response time where it doesn't quite, the response doesn't get over as fast as what folks are typing. So just bear with us. It'll be a delay. Obviously the chat is instantaneous, but the timing between the Hangout and what you guys hear on YouTube, or what even I hear on YouTube, is delayed about 15 to 20 seconds, or all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right. I saw what Hollow put out there. Yeah. You know what? That's things work themselves out. I wouldn't get too upset. Obviously things can be taken. Things can be taken the wrong way. Obviously, everybody has a passion for what they do, and when certain things are questioned, that could be an issue. Some people could take it personal. I have a tendency to take it personal a little bit sometimes, which I don't mean to, but it might not be for the reason that was actually given. It might be for something separate. And I'm looking forward to getting that taken care of. Brian and I have already discussed that, and obviously that'll take place at a different time.
Yep.
That was it. I talked for 5 minutes. All you have to say is "yep."
Yep.
Some help you are. That's great.
I'm answering stuff on the side.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm taking care of my end.
Yeah, no, I know. No, that's good. That's good. And if my voice gets further away and it sounds like I'm walking away, it's because I'm on a desktop, not a laptop or a phone. So my voice might fade in and out if I, get up or run to use the little voice room, or maybe grab a beverage, or possibly a cigar or something. So I will kind of fade in and out, but I can hear. I can hear everything, and I'm still here. It's just that I've walked away from, the actual microphone.
Yeah, that should be all right. Hold on, let me see if it works. Yeah, it worked. Anyway, anybody else got any new theories out there?
No, never mind. Hold on, guys.
I do like that ringtone that Brian has. I think it's funny. I remember a little chicken that dances every time that little chicken goes off. So when Brian gets back, in a moment, we'll kind of, explain what's going on here. And what I'll do is I'll probably, and I'm going to have to repeat it because Brian's on mute and he's also got no headset on. So what my thought is, and in the chat, if you have any suggestions, I'm going to try to present it slow, because I know, especially with my camera on the computer, I know when people present things very quickly, sometimes it doesn't focus. So I'll try to go as slow as possible, and so cameras can focus, and hopefully you can see a good shot of this. Actually, the lighting you're seeing right now is actually a reflection of the sun in the other direction, which is still inside my man cave here. The lights are actually off in here, so I'll probably keep this up for a little while, and then I'll probably have to turn the lights back on and maybe unpresent, because at some point, because I do wear glasses, I won't be able to see my keyboard to type. So I'll keep this up for a little bit. Brian's doing his thing there, and we'll go ahead and both of us kind of get our ideas out and see what everyone thinks. It kind of hit me earlier today, and as I was watching some other videos of some people that we probably know, I kind of put more pieces of that puzzle together, and I chatted with Brian earlier, and I was asking him, I'm like, hey, listen, I have some different ideas about this, and that's where this particular idea and map came from as we were discussing things, and drew it out. I drew it a little better. Last time was a little hard to follow, kind of filled in. I think and again, when you move so quickly, everything takes like time to catch up, and you can't really, get something, and then all of a sudden the screen's gone, and you're like, oh crap, you got to go back and watch it and pause it. So that's why we figured we'd start with me presenting, and kind of take it from there, so everybody can, really kind of absorb a little bit of what's happening there. I think it's coming through clear. I mean, can everybody see that pretty clearly? Okay, Brian's shaking his head yes. Okay, out in the chat, hopefully with some of the, and I know there's a lot of people that
clear enough.
Clear enough. Okay. Okay, give me Brian. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and address everybody, and I shall be back. Just give me like a 2 minute, and then I'll grab out the ruler. Yeah, I'll grab the ruler and we'll start going. Just give me about 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're staying away from that. Yeah, we're just we started one day. We were talking about the certain models they have, and we looked at something, and one thing led to another, and we're just trying to put out a couple of thoughts. That's it, pretty much, and it turned into this, Who knows? It might be the right thing. You never know. We're not trying a map. We're trying to figure out the structure we're in. I found a reverse gravity like. Huh? V, what do you mean? Do you mean like naturally they found an area that there was reversed gravity, or is there a machine? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've heard. I'm back too. Actually, I've heard of that. Where a vehicle will actually travel up a hill, even though it's uphill, and the magnetism in that area could be very high. Thinking about the electromagnetism field could be a situation because the vehicles are metal and steel and aluminum and all different sorts of metal. Could actually be a very high concentrated area of iron below the ground, which could easily explain that. Holy crap, I sound like a scientist.
Wait, are you talking about the videos where they show the cars going uphill? They put them in neutral?
Yeah.
Okay, there's an easy explanation for that. It ain't like anybody thinks. All it is instead of, okay, if you have the ground is flat, and then you have a hill here, okay, but this, what you're assuming is flat, is really, okay, and the road starts going a certain way.
Actually, they can't see you because hold on, I was still presenting. Hold on.
They can see my my thing on the bottom.
Oh, there you go. No, go ahead. I'll go ahead. You finish.
Yeah, no big deal. All it is, it's a difference of perception. You think you're going or uphill when really the slope is actually downhill. So I know what video you're talking about. I've seen a couple of them. They had them on TV here and there, trying to figure out what was wrong with this area. They figured it out. It was real simple. When they got a camera view from the back, they found that part of it was, and that hill was actually like sea level type of deal, where going uphill, or part of it was going downhill or uphill, but really it was doing the opposite. And that's all it was,
Okay, cool. What I'll do is, Brian, if you don't mind, let me go ahead and
What you gotta do?
Yep, there we go. Is that good? Are we up? We're presenting. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start. I know there's a delay, so Brian, just take care of the. Just check out the chat, and if you need to interrupt, just give me a hey
I'll
or
keep
something.
going as we go.
Yeah. So what we have is we obviously we spoke about the dome. Everybody who knows and has been around, obviously the Great Flood, and the waters above, the waters below, the gates open, refill the dome. And I shouldn't have done it too fast. Refills the dome with water, which is here. Refills with water, of course. So I think that part of it, there's a lot, maybe some questions about that, and a lot are in agreement. They've already seen the first videos. So what our thought is the moon is inside this water, this water dome, which is an inter dome, if you will, on the inner side, and there's layers to it. It's not just like, okay, here's one dome, that's it, have a nice day. No, there's layers, and again, this is a working model, so we're going with that for right now. So we've got the water where the moon itself, and this is what we would call a side view cutaway. So if you were to take a vehicle and slice that vehicle in half, that's kind of what we're looking at. So this is not a three-dimensional model. This is a side view or a slice of from the side to kind of
like if you took a snow globe, cut it in half.
Yeah, yes, yeah, it's a good reference, actually. Snow globe, you cut it in half, and that's what we're looking at here. So with that being said, so the moon, does what a lot of people are saying. It goes around inside this layer, and if you want to call that layer, perhaps you've got beach balls. You've got a larger beach ball, a thinner beach ball, a thinner beach ball, several, and there might be more, several layers. And then obviously flat land, and this little guy is us, and start with that. So they go around in those circular patterns, possibly as even Agavi pointed out, which he had a real good idea. Even if it's over the top, obviously it's not just a circle, but it's going up and down this way as well. Makes perfect sense for something like that to happen. So while watching a few videos today, if this area right here, let me get the stick out. If this area right here, is where the sun travels, we have the sun right here as Mr. Sun or Mrs. Sun, we're not sure yet, but that is actually in something like some kind of hydrogen or gas area of some sort, and that one is also doing the same thing. It is circling around, but also, and again, circling, but obviously over and back and forth, and we all understand that. So you've got the outer where the sun, where this is a gas. You've got the inner where this is a liquid, which is the water, which is where the sun shines through. Now, the thought came up with the stars, talking about them being crystallized or possibly being diamonds or that sort of thing. Not really sure, but I wrote here stars, and these little pink dots represent, and I'm not sure if anyone can see, but they're basically they are stuck to the liner in between, They're stuck in between the liner, which goes between the gas and the liquid, Now, what would happen there is the stars at night, would still illuminate, because not only would they be some type of a prism, but the sun being in this area with the gas would reflect the light even at night all over the place from side to side. It would not matter. It would still illuminate light, because it would still ricochet off the dome in the gas and carry that light to illuminate the stars, even if the sun is over Australia, bouncing the light back up that could possibly illuminate these stars that are in the same spot, by the way. You know, you can go right here and you can look straight up, and there's Polaris, been in the same spot for I don't know how many years, longer than I've been here, but it's still in the same spot. It's never moved.
On all the maps going back 10,000 years, if they show pictures of outer space, they show the same layout. Go ahead.
Yes, and the same, and I didn't draw constellations, obviously, but yes, that's correct. For thousands of years, been in the same spot. The constellations are in the same spot. You go back, and it would be awesome if we had time travel to get an old Phoenician sailor from 1,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago, because the Phoenician sailor will be able to walk outside their front door, look up, and say, "Oh, I know right where I am. I'm going home." Because they knew how to read the stars, and what you know, they had a better understanding of what was going on than obviously than we do. So I started thinking after that, boy, what would actually create and again, this is a cutout, so if you see this says ice here, ice wall, okay, if you will, ice wall, and of course on this side you've got the ice wall. Obviously, it continues, you know, all the way around, and you've got you know, us in the center as flat land. Well, thinking about it, and Brian mentioned, and this came up the other day. We were talking, you know, privately, but also online, and boy, why don't freshwater bodies of water have a tide? And then
not a tide. Let me rephrase that. They have tide. They don't have a, like in saltwater, the waves on the shore comes up like 9 times a minute or 13 times a minute, whatever it is. In freshwater, they don't have that. They have tides. I just wanted to make sure you had that right. Okay.
Gotcha. And that also could explain what we're about to suggest here with the sound reverberation, actually. Yep. I'm already here to say. So the thought was, okay, salt water, which is salt water, NaCl. Obviously, just that's only salt. You know, you need H2O as well as that conversion or that periodic table card also goes with H2O plus H2O. You've got salt water. Okay. Now, if anybody's seen any of the experiments, and I'm sure everybody watching or who's going to watch this will go back and look, because there are certain things done with sound waves where somebody has a flat board of some kind, puts salt down, and depending on the megahertz of the sound and how it is turned up,
you're good. Keep going.
Okay, it affects the configuration that the salt will make, and it changes depending on the sound vibration of the megahertz. So let's step outside the box a little bit. Let's suggest that this right here, and I hope you can still, it's getting a little dark in here, so I apologize, guys. Let's just take outside the box here. This actual firmament dome itself, okay, the outside is stationary. Let's say for one moment, the inside is stationary and the middle one spins. The middle one spins with the stars attached to it, which are lit up by the between the moon and the sun, depending on where they are, and it spins, and that's what actually causes the sound wave in the water, which actually affects the water based on sound, and that's what actually makes the tides go up and recede as the sound reverberation comes from something possibly spinning in between the inner and the outer of the sun and the moon. Of course, the stars would be attached here and staying in the same spot. They would never move anywhere because they're right there. So they've got nowhere to go. They're right there. Is that pretty good? Did I leave anything out?
No, so far so good, I think.
Okay. I didn't see like any. I'm not sure. Well, hopefully we got some listeners or some.
No,
folks
you got 14 in the chat. Everybody's watching, and everybody's pretty much agreeing.
Oh, you're
That
kidding.
yeah, there's no bad or anything bad. So I'm assuming everybody's pretty much agreeing with somewhat of an idea that this could be happening this way.
Okay. And it's something I'm throwing out there, and it's it could be anything from anyone or any one thing. I mean, I think somebody put it perfectly. They've been lying to us for so long because they want control, which is a very dangerous bad thing to have, by the way, over others. Very, very destructive in the end. They've done this for so long because they wanted to maintain that, that sort of control. And we're just trying to figure it out. For myself, I just thought, hey, and I spent some of my day. I had some other stuff to do. Spent some of the day, and I'm like, boy, I really got maybe something here, and that's why I gave Brian a shout, and we decided to fire up a hangout for a little while. Glad everybody's here, by the way. Even if there's even if it's just me and Brian, which it possibly
Right.
Yeah. Because we've chatted offline for hours, and I've chatted with Gabby offline for hours, and many people offline for hours and hours, and you're like, boy, maybe we should have went live and really kind of put that on, because boy, that would have been pretty good.
Well, I'm telling you, after my friend gets in on this, and we can make an actual model that we can go online and everybody can go into a website and look, where you can actually see everything from the stars from that point of view, everything the way it moves, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
I'm going to get that done. We're going to make sure we get that done, Larry. I'm going to do that.
And Brian, remember we were discussing too, and I don't mean to keep and I'm trying to go slow because I know that obviously the camera goes a little slow, so I'll try to do it slowly. But if you hold on, I know it's got a little glitch there. Okay, here we go. I think you can see me good. Okay, so we're here. Okay, think about it this way: how many of us have been inside a planetarium?
Yeah,
obviously a lot of us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I raised my hand too. Many times. Really cool if you get a chance to go inside. Really some good stuff. And what they do is they have obviously a very large camera. Yeah, I don't want to call it the Hubble telescope because we know what that's going to be. But what they do is they project onto a dome over your head, and then they move that around as you're sitting still. You ain't going nowhere. I think what they may do is they may go back and change every planetarium to make the seats rotate to maybe throw people off at this point.
Wow, I never thought about that.
Yeah, because they're showing you right. Yeah, they're showing you right in front of your face with the planetarium. You're sitting still. I'm going to leave that up and present a little bit, if you don't mind, Brian. I'm just going to leave that up there for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so some maybe some people just jumping in can ask some questions or something, and I'll try to answer the best I can. Look,
Everybody now that we know, and everybody else is now clicking on the link and coming in, so you might have to do that over again.
Oh, whoops. Wait a second here. Just give me a sec. Okay, okay, got it. Hey, you got some friends showing up too. There's I think I know there's a delay, guys. I think Brian sent links to obviously a lot of the folks that we've obviously we talk amongst ourselves quite a bit, and obviously the chat group, a lot of them like to stay out there, and it's totally fine. I see now it's Scavenger out there, and I see Stefan and Zoe said hi before. Yep, Paolo's out there, has been there for a while. Victoria, hello. I know it's going to be a little delay, so instead of me just chatting, because I don't want to chat on this. First of all, it's getting dark in the garage, and they can't see the frickin' keyboard, so if I chat hello, it's not going to come out well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Victoria said she got everything except for the first part, but is above the firmament. I mean, she stepped in when pretty much you were right after you explained how the water went through and stuff like that. So give it a little bit, wait about 10-20 minutes, and do another small explanation.
Okay. Yep. No problem. Yeah. Vic, just Vic, hold tight. Yep. Hold tight, Vic, and we'll. I'm not sure. Was she? Is she kind of thrown out there? The first one we did with the floodgates open and the water above, below,
No,
and then.
I think she's talking about what we were doing here this time.
Oh, okay. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Vic was there for the first one where we did the waters above and below, just as a reference, of course, to kind of wrap everything together. Pretty sure, anyway.
Yep.
And by the way, the two larger brown things on the side, those are the pillars, right here. Can you see? Yeah, the brown. Yeah, these are. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. These are the two pillars. One here, one here. Obviously, this is just a half a snow globe. You know, you had the snow globe when you were a kid and so forth, and it's a cutaway section, if you will. You know, of just a side shot and taking a look at it. Just kind of putting a lot of things together that have recently come out and kind of wrapping together, biblical study, which I'm not in total agreement with. The globe model, do not agree with that. No, it is definitely flat. But once you get further from flat, there's so many things, so many other things that are going on that are totally wrong. But let's just forget a few of those for the moment and go back to flat. And okay, now what's spinning around us, and maybe trying to piece it together a little bit, or throw some suggestions out there. What were you doing with the thermometer? Is that how hot it is out there?
Yeah, and I just pulled it off. It did say 100, and actually, it was maxed out 140, and it was past that about an hour and a half ago. But all the thermometers, so we have all the old type, everything all around everywhere around the house. All of them went past 150 degrees for about an hour and a half. It got super hot, and now it's dropping right back down to about 100.
Oh, see that's that Project Orange Beam, like flying over your head there.
Something, man. I mean, literally, I'll show you what it did.
Yeah.
We maxed it out at 120, but down here, bouncing.
Holy crap!
It got hot. It was hot here, and this was in the shade. And then I went inside, and that's when I came back out, and I noticed, wow, it's cool. No, it just got cooler back to where it was.
Wow. Actually, Knowledge out there sent me a link to something. Have I seen from 2014? No, actually, I haven't. And that's the kind of odd thing. And that's and Brian and I have spoke about this because I haven't watched many of the video, and I know there are so many good videos out there of all the different kinds of models and maps and everything else, and I haven't seen like 1% of, or not even maybe 1 or 2%. Not by exaggeration. I mean, everybody likes to know how I like to joke about stuff. I've only seen a very small few, but I'm listening to everyone and the information newly being provided, and kind of wrapping everything around.
Wait a second, Larry. We came up with this, looked at all those. Yeah, we saw the one that says Shoil or She Oil, whatever, and all that, but behind it, we did not see anybody else's this and that. we just went from we started talking one day and we just continued.
Yeah.
Clothing, what a lot of other people are coming up with too, but you know.
Yeah, we were in a conversation, and just all of a sudden it was like that flash of genius where you start and you're like, wow. And we just kind of went back and forth. It was a live chat. It was actually just a live hangout chat. And Brian said, what do you think? And I said, wait a minute. Okay. And I immediately, and Peaches was here. She actually presented at that point. Peaches did. And she presented, and I started drawing on the board, and I just started drawing around and rings and up here and down and over, and that's where the whole thing started from. Of course, what I think is ironic when you look, well, it's behind me, of course. It's obviously in front of you being presented, but it kind of looks like a rainbow.
It does. That explains why you can't make a rainbow inside your house.
Yep.
You got to have that reflection. You got to have that dome's reflection. You can do it with water. If you hurry up and spray it like this, then it can reflect off each other and you can get a round circle. But you cannot get that same thing in your house. You cannot produce a rainbow in your house without having that reflection. You can't.
And I didn't do that on purpose either. It just kind of reminded me as I'm turning around looking. It looks like one of my younger kids drew that with crayons or something. So I apologize for the cruelty of the drawing.
No, looks okay. It's presentable. We understand the idea.
Yeah, I had another one on biblical, but we'll save that for another time with the two sides and the ark and the float and everything. Remember?
Yeah. Well, wait a second. Hold on, Victoria. We kind of thought about that, where she put, this is pretty much like what the Bible says, except for the firmament separates the waters from the waters. No. This might be the same thing, but taken in a different way, where the dome has water on top, and then we have the water that we're in floating on or whatever. You see the land base, so you got the waters below and the waters above, and in between is the air and everything else. That's where we're
yeah, actually, and Brian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I apologize. Were you saying something?
You're good. I was done.
Okay. Okay, no problem. And I know Brian and I go back and forth, and we unfortunately we step on each other sometimes. We don't mean to get a little excitable. If anybody wants to join the chat too, I know Brian sent out a bunch of links. Do you want Victoria said she didn't? I guess she missed the beginning or missed part of it. So do you want me to go over the vibration, the sound wave I'm thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking like in a few minutes when everybody gets here, after we get to the certain point where you don't have to keep repeating it.
Okay.
Then that all over again.
Okay. Geez, I wonder if I could turn my lights on. I'll tell you what, I'm going to try to turn the lights on. Just tell me if it screws anything up.
Okay. No, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Good. I can see my keyboard. Now I can type.
Nope, I'm going inside where it's nice and cool, too. Give me a second.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta do my medicine first.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Go ahead and I'm just kind of reading the chat, and obviously we're everybody. I know I keep saying, but it's several seconds behind. So, pardon me if you don't hear a response right away. It doesn't mean that neither one of us are watching. It just takes a little time until you hear the response.
Yeah, I think we're about. I've noticed anywhere from a minimum of 20 to 30 second lag to a maximum of about 2 minutes. So we figure about a minute. 20 seconds to a minute. That's what we got to figure.
I heard it was about 17 seconds or something. So maybe I'm incorrect. I do know it takes a little bit.
Correct, but I've seen it go as bad as 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So if everybody if it is a lag and we are lagging a little bit, just it's not that we're not responding. It just might take a little bit to obviously get the response out there or something. Better with the. Yeah, hello. Don't yell at Victoria. What's wrong with you out there? No, he's not yelling. I'm sure he's not yelling at you. Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's better. It's better with the lay. Okay, because on in the man cave, and here East Coast, it's starting to get a little darker, and it's kind of hard for me to see. They're fluorescent lights, in the garage. I mean, I'm not going to lift the computer and show you, but yeah, they're fluorescent lights. So I know the reflection is kind of pinging off the board there.
That was a good tune.
Yeah, it's my phone. Yeah, people trying to call me. Actually, Brian, can you hold the fort for a second while I take this? I'll be 2 minutes.
Go do what you gotta do. Well, he's not listening, guys. I'm going to shut everything down. How you like that?
Yeah, I can still hear. It doesn't mean I'm not listening.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Like I didn't know that. Anybody else got any questions before we start in a little bit? That I might be able to get us kind of going where I can answer? Or do you guys want to just wait until he gets going and we can ask it as we go? He's got a presentable idea, and when we came up with it, we just kept clashing and running back and forth off ideas, and we were trying to figure out how government and how everything is supposedly how it is, or you know what I'm saying, the different models. But if it's the firmament model, how would it work? We can't say we couldn't build this or that, because you got to think people that did this, there are millions, hundreds, thousands of years ahead of us. So let's just say, for argument's sake, they can build what they want. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're going off of that, and we're just trying to figure out if it is this model, this is how it would work, this is how it's going to be. I have a friend that's going to be helping me out. He's got access to, how do I say it? It would take us months to compile data and do all this when he can do it in minutes. So I'm going to just wait for him and let him do it. Kind of shoes. I don't know. What? For the banana boats. Well, that's a newspaper. Come on. Come on.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're not, but it's okay.
Okay, nope, I'm not sorry. I had to take that.
Zebra on roller skates. Okay, red and white and red all over it. I can get it.
Holy smoke! What happened? All of a sudden, we got 4 legs and 16 wheels, and what is that? Like bears on wheels? And so now we're in Dr. Seuss stuff. What happened when I was gone?
I get it now. Slippers. I get it. I get it. Okay, made out of banana skins. Slippers. Okay, got it. Got it. That was funny. It's better than what I thought the other one was going to be.
There you go. Good gosh, I step away for 5 seconds, and all of a sudden we're back into Dr. Seuss or something. I'm like, holy crap.
I'm sorry. I told you chaos always starts when people let me have control. And that's what happens. crazy guy control of anything. Not saying
Oh,
I'm
you're
crazy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I was gonna, some people might think I am. I could shut down a meeting real quick.
13%.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, Brian probably did throw it out there to ask questions, so.
Yeah, I did. You know I
Yeah.
did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why they're out there responding. They're asking all kinds of questions.
None of them pertaining to what I asked them to ask questions about, though.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to be. I mean, everybody's, like I said, most people are just enjoying their dinner and you know, it's at that time. Yeah, that time of evening, everybody's out there, you know, enjoying themselves and got family coming home.
Zoe hates you. I believe Zoe's, or I believe it's kind of like me, where I hate everybody equally.
It's yeah, no. Kind of a you know, kind of a difficult word too when you say hate, because then, but yeah, you know,
because hate is a strong word.
It's an equal opportunity type of situation. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. There we go. Zoe's got out the devil horns now. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Well, at least they're carrying the chat pretty good. That's good. We better come up with some content. Otherwise, everybody's gonna like peace out. Of course, I'm sure a lot of
people got mad because they thought we weren't paying attention to the chat, but we were.
Oh.
We're trying to keep up with the people who asked questions first. So the people that started, they asked the questions, and when we caught up, we were trying to catch up. They were like, "Oh, screw it, later." Nobody's paying attention. When if they were paying attention, they would have noticed, no, we were on ball, do things in order. You know what I mean? Instead of answering one that somebody just asked and go up that way.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure they understand, and they all know there's a delay. Obviously, chat's instantaneous, but the delay from the Google Hangout over to the live YouTube feed, can be lag. So so we can respond as quickly as we can, but just bear in mind. I mean, get some popcorn. Everybody needs a cookie. They need some cookies. We got it. Where's the Gabby with the cookies? We need some cookies here to pass out.
Well, if you eat my cookies, you'll pass out. I guarantee that.
Oh no! I mean, home baked chocolate chip cookies from Peaches or something.
They're home baked. If they're home baked, they can have chocolate chips in them.
Yeah. Oh boy. By definition. No, I'm not. No, okay, moving on. We need to.
Yeah, don't jump into that one. That one you will not win.
Oh boy, yeah, I'm not gonna. No way. In fact, I'm waiting for Stefan to jump in here because I need a doorbell. Ding dong.
I need help. Help. What, you want in? You're waiting to get inside. Yes. Oh, a difference of like 40 degrees.
Oh, cookie! Oh, there he goes. Stefan's out. Stefan's having cookies right now. He's having cookies, and everybody. Boy, that's good. Everybody's got cookies. Cookies all over the place. So should I? I probably can't do the. I'm going to try my best to represent what we were talking about earlier. Maybe it's a good time just to kind of throw that out there again.
Start slow, and you did fine. Just go with the flow like you did before. Pick one thing and then let it lead to another, to another, to another. Don't overwhelm yourself with the whole thing.
Yeah, Actually, we started and went over it. That's cool, but we'll go over it live one more time. With,
It'll probably even be better.
Huh?
It'll probably even be better this time.
Oh, so you're saying I screwed it up all the other times? That's great.
No, you said that, but
Oh, I know. Yeah. We can do play on words all day long and entertain ourselves. Of course, nobody else will get. Everybody else will be bored and be like, screw you guys, I'm out of here, man. Oh man, that'd be funny. So we were.
Yep,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was just going to say for everybody joining, some might be just joining or just in and out or whatever. Everybody's got their own thing going on. That's cool. Go ahead. Glad everybody's here and chatting. Obviously, just came up with kind of a working model and just tweaking it as we go along here. There's a very good possibility of us actually designing and creating an actual 3D model of this. Which is going to be very exciting. And obviously, that's going to take a while. But obviously, the best thing to do is to start out, writing stuff on a board and coming up with the concept and the ideas and everything before you jump right into spending a lot of money with something. So I would invite everybody to go back and check out Brian's channel with a couple of previous videos. Mine, I'm not sure if it was my latest or maybe 2 ago or something, where started presenting something that looked a little different than what you're seeing here, where we described the biblical version of the floodgates opening up and then the waters below and then the land mass settling and then refilling a layer of firmament, because everyone's talking about the firmament, if I'm saying that correctly, because I do pronounce things wrong sometimes. I apologize. The way considering, and I was talking to Brian earlier, and I'm like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'll try not to go too quick because I know the focus on the camera takes a little bit. But obviously we've got, you are here. We've got, obviously flat land mass, taken from, also it kind of wraps everything around different Bibles that people read, different beliefs, a lot of different things. Now, if you think the powers that are in charge are actually going to show you anything, you're more nuts than the rest of us are, because they aren't going to show you a damn thing. They don't want you to know anything. So, with that being said, so here we go. So here's the flat land mass, as we all know. We've already done the floodgates and the land mass settling, refilling, this area of the firmament, this one layer here. I drew the moon inside a water firmament, okay, a layer of it. And if I'm moving too fast, I'll slow the thing down because I know it gets a little.
You're good so far.
Okay. Then you've got ice wall on, obviously on both sides. This is actually a slice of a snow globe. Like if you took a snow globe and sliced it in half. So this is not three-dimensional. This is just a one-dimensional flat version of where we are so far. You've got the pillars right here. The little pillar, see right there. Same thing over here at the pillars. And then we started thinking, okay, well, you've got what the dome outside, which holds everything together. Okay, the sun, Mr. Sun or Mrs. Sun right here, we're not going to do that for sure, shining through, light being bent by obviously going through water in some type of hydrogen or some kind of a gas field, which this one would be gas, this one would be liquid. Of course, a firmament on the inside, a layer, obviously protecting us so that obviously this does not flood us anymore, as again, biblical scholars and stuff will say that the creator God, Yahweh, and gosh, I mean, there's several different definitions. Would never do that again. Was the term loosely chatted. So this is now back full of water. And our thoughts were, okay, you've got, I drew in here stars. After seeing a couple of videos today, I had a couple of good ideas, which I didn't, very seldom did I comment anywhere today because I had some thoughts. And you've got here stars, which are in pink. And again, if you can't see these, I apologize. I'll try to make something better and more clear. But it's just little pink dots right here. And the pink dots would be stuck to the orange firmament middle layer, if you will. Okay, and those are stuck directly to there, to that layer. The sun, of course, and I have to say that Agave helped out with this a little bit because he threw in something really nice, Mike did. And obviously they're going around, but also possibly over the top in an oblique way or something, which is a very good point. Moving further, south and north, and different times obviously gives us the different seasons, of course, depending on where you are. And the same thing with the moon, of course. But what would be interesting, because the sun with the light refraction bouncing around inside this area, when the sun goes away and there's no, it is dark, which would be on hold on, can you see that? On this side, the stars would be super visible because they would still be in that gaseous area where the sun, even though it's here, the light would still radiate and bounce off and keep bouncing and bouncing.
That's why you're seeing the stars. Yep.
Right. So that was a thought we had about that situation. Just a thought, of course. Now you've got the sun with the rays coming through, which is why some people have seen like a lunar wave or something like that. It's an inner, middle, and outer, possibly 7, 10, 12 rings. Who knows? But I just drew it very for myself to understand it right here really quickly, just to give a simple demonstration. The other thing is sea level. Obviously, sea level is sea level. It is level. Been in building a long time, so yeah, it's level. What I did down here is I started thinking about it after I've seen a couple of videos, and what I noticed is that salt, and this should be NaCl plus H2O, and I'll do that later, plus water, NaCl, but it's salt water, okay? Salt water will react to sound because salt will react to sound, causing a high and low tide. And we said this earlier, and Brian, help me out here. With fresh water, it's not that they don't have the tide, but the incremental difference is much less.
Okay. Real quick, in Hawaii or California, you can go to the ocean, the beach, and watch. It might come in 13 times. It might come in 15 times. I don't remember exactly the number, but it's exactly the same all the time. Even if a boat drives by, it doesn't really interrupt it. It goes right back to the way it goes. It does not. It's sporadic. The numbers are here and there. It has something to do with the salt. And salt also, you got to remember, we believe it helps move electricity. It helps conduct, or not conduct, but you know the word I'm looking for, Larry.
It's a conduit. It's a conduit.
Yes, yeah. So that's where we're getting at with the whole salt water versus your inland lakes like we have. Because I was wondering about that. That's the issue we were talking about, because I've been at both spots and we noticed that one area, it has a natural 13, 14 times, whatever it is. But then if I'm sitting at the beach in, say, Sheboygan, Michigan, it could come in 15 times or it could come in 5. And it changes all the time. So there's something there. We noticed there's a difference. So go ahead. That's what that's where you're back on.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. And if anybody, and I know that the chat's right there, so if anybody throws something out there, just let me know, because I'm looking the other direction.
Yep, gotcha.
So here's the thing. So you've got salt, which we know based on megahertz, salt reacts to sound. We've seen this on a bunch of videos. Well, I know that I've seen it on a bunch of videos where it reacts just on a flat area, and based on the megahertz of sound, salt reacts differently and creates different patterns. So this would be salt water, of course. NaCl is the periodic for salt. I mean, that's, plus it's H2O, of course. So what if, okay, this inner dome does not do anything. It's there. That's what it does. It is there to protect. The outer dome is to keep everything encapsulated, everything protected from everything. Okay, Now what if this center dome layer, what if that actually rotates? Okay, and that's the rotation of the stars being attached to some type of electrifying manner, perhaps gaseous, did I say that correctly? Gaseous way, and do not move. However, the North Pole being straight up, the inner one spins, and that's what that's what we're all seeing. It spins around. Because of that spinning of the inner layer, that's what creates the sound vibration, which actually causes the high and low tide, which is kind of a lie when they told us the moon affects the tides, because the moon and sun then would affect the tides because of the inner layer in between separating the moon and the sun.
Yeah. No, there's something to it. There is something very much to it when it comes to saltwater and freshwater. That's why I remember I was saying in the earlier ones, I thought there was something at the bottom of the ocean that possibly moved or created sound waves that would, create the same thing. But you doing it this way would create exactly the same type of sound wave. It would create the same. It would create the same effect that I was looking at.
Yeah, and that was that's kind of where I was going with it. And obviously, there's you can go into the altitude and the different spheres. The stratus, the thermal, the atmosphere, the whole thing. You can get into all those other ones also. But I just for my own self, I just wanted to keep it for myself as simple as possible, so I can have kind of a working model. Now, that to me makes an awful lot of sense because of what I've seen from so many videos that are out there on different scientific things that they're working on with the sound. For one, that one sparked me today because I'm like, wow, if there's sound, which would be the sound from the middle part of the firmament moving, which would create a vibrating sound, which we would not hear.
Hey, do you guys remember? Hold on about that. Do you guys remember hearing in the last few years people recording sounds all over the world that they can't explain where they're coming from? They say that it sounds like they're coming from up top, but they can't tell.
Yeah, that could be a sound saying, the creator's watching and he's getting a little upset.
Or what about that's the rotation?
Yeah, that's really what.
Sooner or later, you got to fix your model. You got to lube it up. You have to do some fixing on whatever you built. Sooner or later, you're going to have problems somewhere. So I'm sure that's why we have anomalies, places here and there, sounds here and there, because they're fixing it up. They're doing this. They're doing that, and that could just be a possibility. I'm not saying it is. That's
Yeah, so I thought, that was today, and I know I was pretty much silent all day, and then I was on different media with Brian, and we were texting back and forth a little bit, and I'm like, hey, you're gonna like this one, because I just kind of pieced a couple together watching some other folks today do their thing, and I thought about it. I was like, man, what would that? I mean, picture 3 salad bowls. The outer one, nothing but gas. In between, the middle one, which is spinning, which has the inner one, which has the moon, which is still having an inner one. Of course, at 3 you would have 4, of course, because you'd have inner, middle, out, and so forth. Something protecting everyone from underneath, and that vibration actually itself caused the high and low tide, and caused the ocean to move a certain way because it's spinning at the identical speed to create those waves every 13 to 15 seconds. Yeah. So, right. Unless there's a boat or something going by, obviously, there's other.
The boat goes by and then it goes right back to normal.
It goes back to the same thing, because if you're at this, if anybody's gone to the seashore, you can go there 24/7. And it doesn't matter if a boat's going by; those waves will come in all the time, almost like you could almost set your
clockwork.
Yeah. Well, I would say set your watch, but I'm not too crazy about the watch thing. But that's okay. I mean, we'll just throw it out there. You could almost set your watch to actually become more repetitious again, like listening to that old '70s disco song. Not that I dislike disco.
No, you went dead for a second. So I heard the disco song, and then that was it. So crickets for a second, literally.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that'll get people taking that.
So how you doing, Peaches? How's work?
Oh, she's out there? I didn't see. No, she already went back to work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she wrote, I see you. Okay. Never mind.
I just caught the end of that. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. I wasn't watching chat because I was presenting. So if anybody had a question, I'm sorry I didn't see it. If they want to throw it again.
I throw them out there. The ones that are talking back and forth. Okay. If they ask me, I answer, but I don't bring that on the air. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. No, gotcha. Okay. If anybody had. So I think, is Victoria still out there? I know. Oh, yep, she's out there. Yep. So Victoria might have caught the second time around. Maybe has some. I know. Knowledge is still out there. Hopefully.
Victoria, did you catch the part that you missed? I think that's what he meant. Like, I know what you caught. The waving. Wait a second, maybe. Hold on a second. Remember, we're about 20 seconds behind at least.
Yep. No, it's okay.
System fix. Flat Earth. I like that. Okay. Yep. She caught on. She got it all. Okay.
Okay. Good. Because I just, and obviously, if somebody wants to go back and rewatch,
this is going to be a what do you call that? A continuous process, I guess you want to say. And then as soon as we get the 3D model going into that, where we can actually see it, you know what I mean, on a different type of format, I think people might be able to see it. The people that don't understand all of it, I think they might get it then, because I'm going to be able to show how the stars work, how it all works into play. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With that middle layer thing, that's the kind of the a little bit of the bingo moment. From some guys that do gambling and stuff, and some ladies that go to do bingo all the time. But it's kind of that, wow, what if
the moment of clarity?
Yeah, the inside and outside are fixed and something's moving, which is actually causing the sound, which actually affects the salt in the salt water, which is actually creating the wave pattern, and kind of going from there without being too involved in the science of it. It's obviously a work in progress, but I don't know.
I think I know how to test that theory.
Yeah,
I just thought about it. I think I know how to test if the salt
Okay.
can do anything different than fresh water.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Because obviously that's going to be something that comes up with what
Another
about
experiment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I understand. And don't forget the fresh water is also affected quite drastically by winds. Not that the oceans aren't, but they're much more vast and deeper. And also the liquid content of salt water is different than fresh water. So both are affected by different things. And it could be fresh water's, a little more affected by the winds and so forth and the weather than the oceans. And the oceans are affected by weather as well as the vibration. So
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with currents,
mhm.
wind, weather, the whole 9 yards. Well, I dropped off for a second. I think that will explain a lot of it when people see it that way. I really think we hit something. I really, really do. I don't know which part we hit right, but I know we hit something right. And it has to do with the salt, and that's what got us going.
Yeah. And I should put that, and I know salt is NaCl, but it's H2O. Should that be a plus, or we need somebody like Robert with it here? What the hell is this?
Well, maybe right.
Possibly NaCl.
That means your way of saying it equals salt. Kind of like you got all those mad scientists that write on the chalkboards and you never can understand what it means. It's because they have their own language, and they all know how to understand each other's language. It might not be exactly the same as the next guy, but they.
Right.
So you put in the equal sign equals salt, people understand right there. They might have a question like that doesn't equal salt, but that's when you just say, hey, we're calling that salt. That's it.
Well, for the because for the purposes of the sound vibration, and everybody can agree. Well, I'll tell you what. Everybody within the next month, if you visit the seashore, go get a cup of seawater and drink it, and it tastes like salt. And go to a lake and taste that, and it does not taste like salt. It's real simple.
Oh yeah. Oh man, swimming in the ocean versus lake water. Oh my gosh, and ocean water is only something like 3% salt, so only 3% of that. And when you can't drink it. You can't drink it. You can, but it makes you worse.
Well, you know what? I'll say this. I'll do a shout out to a bunch of guys that are and thank you very much for your service and all that in the military and everything else. But the guys that have actually been out possibly had a situation where they were in the ocean, unfortunately, for some time, and you drink that salt water and it makes you nuts.
It makes you nuts. It makes you more dehydrated. It doesn't help.
Yep.
That's exactly why you'll see them. They have these containers now you can take with you if you're on a boat, like in the big oceans. They have these containers that you set things up, and you can either collect the water that's coming from the sky, but if there's no water from there, you can put the salt water into this thing, and it will take out the salt and let you drink the rest of the water.
Right. Yeah. That's actually something to do with it. So yeah, it's definitely on a good first couple steps here, and obviously it's still a work in progress. I'm glad that time to check in and kind of add to it and stuff. And
I'm gonna go say hi to Pops real quick. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I see the chat kind of running. I do see the chat running on the side and stuff like that. See a bunch of people watching. I see a bunch out there. I know Brian actually sent some links to a bunch of folks. Of course, it's getting past the past the dinner hour here in the East Coast. It's 8 o'clock here East Coast time, so maybe some folks will grab the link and hop on in. I'll kind of leave this up. I can always put it back up too. I'll probably take it down in a few so I can actually see the TV, the computer screen. It's turned sideways from where I'm sitting, so it's kind of hard to scroll over and look at what's going on here. People don't get no, okay, not sure exactly what actually I'm lost in the chat, to be quite honest with you. I'll just say it that way. I'm lost in the chat because I'm not sure what exactly you guys are talking about. Actually, I'll ask a question out there in chat. Hopefully you guys can still see that. If not, because I know the fluorescent lights are, it's a little bit hard on the eyes sometimes. So I can certainly turn that off and stop presenting if, if it's getting a little bit too bright out there or something like that. We can certainly turn it off and maybe present that later. Once Peaches gets back with her laptop. Mine's a little different. It's more fixed, let's say. I mean, I can lean it forward, but that doesn't really, it doesn't really help the glare on that. So we could always do that later. See a bunch of folks out there. Bunch of avatars that I recognize. Glad everybody's out there tonight. Hopefully having a good Tuesday night. I know there's a lot of good, pardon me, a lot of good presentations coming up during the week, and some folks have some good stuff going on. We all know that. That's what he said. That's funny. I see there's a lot of people in, a lot of viewers, but feel free to throw a comment in there. I know a lot of times you get so many people watching, and a lot of people are maybe just a little hesitant to throw something out there in chat. Don't be afraid to ask some questions or something like that. Yeah, crickets. Perfect. Perfect. And we got to get somebody in here. We got to get somebody to explain this particular model. I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm going to go ahead and stop presenting. So I can see the chat and kind of participate. So obviously that was on for a while. Let's see, what or where are the planets? That's a really good question, but they would be, if you want to go back and look, they would be, pardon me, they would be in that, in the orange range of the dome itself. You've got the dome, outside. Further in, you would have what would be a middle layer and then an inside layer, possibly several. But I'm thinking, in my opinion, that in that hydrogen space or hydrospace or whatever you want to call it, which is not water, it's totally gas, you would have a gas outside of the water, and that's where, pardon me, the planets would be. To kind of answer that, and again, I'm not sure. I haven't been up that far, so I'm just taking a shot, just kind of throwing it out there. See if anybody else has some good comments, or don't be mean about it. Just some good comments about, hey, what do you think about this? And it's actually Deb Crafty actually asked that one. Good question. In the firmament, Vic says. Well, yeah, but the firmament is, my belief is the firmament is many layers. I don't think it's just one. I don't think the firmament is one layer. I think it's something where they're throwing all these technical names out there because they know there's many layers. So when anybody comes up with a new idea, they're like, oh yeah, we told you there were layers. Yeah, remember me? I told you there was 42, 72, 82 layers. Yeah, okay. Should have been honest in the first place, because keeping things from your fellow man, woman, and I say that respectively, keeping things that you know from other people, I think is absolutely 100% wrong. I think it's something that everybody should know. And I believe that by doing so, you create something where it's like, hey, I know something you don't know. All that childish garbage. That's why as soon as I was thinking about this today and talked to Brian about it, we got it out there right away. And that's the reason that we got it out there right away, because, it's, hey, what do you think about this? Obviously there's a lot of folks we've talked with and talked online with and gone live with and chatted and chat and everything, where they've got a bunch of good information on many different things, and we may not all agree, and we do have our moments sometimes, which I do also. I'm not immune to that as well. But maybe, hey, look, this is what I'm thinking, and it kind of just all of a sudden came to me. Yeah, and Deb Crafty, oh, no problem. I've only been doing it for a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out whatever, everything as well. What I can tell you is that based on sea level and flat and everything, yeah, it's flat. And by the way, the representation I made isn't that there's like one landmass. I just drew it as something small, where obviously where the continents are, the countries are, and everything else. I'm not even sure. I never got into that. I'm just saying land is it's more of a general here type of thing, and here, and you are here, because obviously there's a lot of debate going on about the shape and everything else, and I'll wait till Brian gets back, because I have something actually to hit him with, not surprise him with, but he'll totally get it. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. I didn't mean to do that in the microphone. Actually, Victoria, yeah, by what the Bible says, and Victoria and Paul and some of the other friends that I have, they know I'm not a big fan, but I will say, and you know what? I will not use the word but. Let me retract that. However, by looking at something like this, it kind of wraps a lot of what the Bible says over a lot of other things, as far as common sense and what a lot of other folks are putting out there. And it's bringing together like a whole thing, if you will, of, boy, it really, or girl, I didn't mean to be one-sided there, it really could be that. Not to knock the Bible or any religious group or anything else, but it kind of wraps a bunch of stuff that we have gone over from a lot of us with different beliefs and stuff. And you can kind of look at it, and it really fits a bunch of the models that everybody's talking about. It really incorporates quite, and I can't say incorporate because I don't like incorporation either. It puts together a bunch of what a lot of folks are talking about, and that's the main thing, because it's a work in progress. It's for everyone to, really maybe add a little bit to, or throw something in the comments, or have some input or something like that into all this stuff. It says 3 heaven, sky, firmament, waters above, third heaven. Well, Victoria, that's interesting, because I don't believe that's the first time I've seen you actually chat that, and also helped with the different layers of it. And that's where the ideas are starting to kind of come to me. And I'm not watching a whole ton of videos or anything else. I'm listening to some of the open chats, which I thoroughly enjoy, the open chats where you're live with people and you're interacting and having a conversation like you're on the phone with the with friends, and sometimes it does get a little bit heated. I understand that, and sometimes I get heated myself, and I apologize for that. However, what you're saying there, or what you've typed out there, I should say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Victoria's got it. However, I keep saying, but I'm sorry. It's a habit that I've really got to break, which most of us do, because when you say the word "but," it negates everything you said up until that word. So that's something you got to be careful of too when you're speaking to friends or anyone. You really got to stay away from that stuff, because they'll automatically and just erase everything you just said, and you got to start over again. Let's see. Getting back to the 3 heaven, sky, firmament, waters above, third heaven, throne of God. That's like, yeah, Vic. That's kind of where I was heading with that, because I do believe in a creator. Yes, I definitely do. I absolutely, positively, 100% do. Which is where this kind of came from. And then I started adding in a whole bunch of other stuff. Because if you look at the first one that we did, and you can check out Brian's channel, I think it was a couple videos. Oh, pardon me. Oh man, I'm putting myself to sleep. A couple videos ago on Brian's, and maybe two or three ago on mine, where we and I say we because it's a group effort. There's a bunch of us contributing and putting some ideas together, and that's where we really started with kind of the round ball, and it started that way, and just looking and doing and everything else, and then starting with the inner and outer, which different people have helped out with some different ideas there as well. Started to put that together, and then after watching some stuff today with different folks who were doing live chats, put some more things together. And the entire time that I was listening, just kind of put some ideas together. And when Brian actually threw me an email, and I said, "Hey," I said, "wait, do you see this?" And we kind of went from there. Before we went on air, obviously we chatted before and took a look, and kind of started with that. And somebody better get in here, because I cannot keep talking this long. We've already done these things like 2 8 hours back to back the other day. I'm going to lose my voice. sun and the moon in the firmament. How high is the sun and the moon estimated to be? That's a good question there. Truth skimmers out there. In the model we drew with the sun and the moon in the firmament, how high up are they, and estimated to be, what are their sizes? I have to say I don't know. I would say not far, of course, based on the model. I would also say, from what we've been told, it's a total lie as the distances and everything else, and the reason for that. Boy, that's a very dangerous one, because for that kind of information to make everybody think that they weren't, every person is very important. I wouldn't call it godlike in any way, but everybody is very important, and to take that away from everyone and try to enslave them like we all are, many of us still are, including myself in some sense. Boy, that's just not a good way to play nice in the sandbox. I see Vic out there's approximately 3,000 miles away. That's some have said that. Yep, some have said that. Some have it a little closer, a little further. Different levels, of course, which is again where in the model we just presented. It's in layers, so you know what, I'll tell you what, it's hard to say, because it depends on where you are and where the sun or the moon are as to the distance, and I'll explain. Summertime, it's over top, here at least, more directly. Wintertime, for here, East Coast, it's very far away. Still inside of the encapsulation, which it travels, and so the distance would change. Is what I would say would be my best answer. I hope that kind of helped a little bit, but I love the questions. I love the questions, and of course, everybody out there is bickering with each other because we've all hung around the same chats, and everybody is actually some comment on a different chat they came from or what they saw yesterday, and everybody likes to tease each other. Scale dimension won't work. Otherwise, drawing the dome would have to be a lot shallower. Yeah, but who has actually measured the thickness of the dome? Again, with the dome, depending on how would you say composite, or even say the material used in the dome. You could do the same thing with a couple of clear plastic bowls, which actually Victoria's got to do this experiment. She was speaking to me about this in chat a little within the last couple weeks, taking one bowl inside, another bowl outside, and shining light through, and how it moves across. It also depends on the obviously the thickness of the firmament and the layers and what something is going through. Obviously, if it goes through 1, 2, or 3 layers or 3 prisms, depending on how it reflects down, it could all be. I certainly don't know, but that's also truth is out there. That's also a great question. That's a good question. The dome would have to be a lot shallower, and who's to say it's a snow globe, perfect round dome? It could be something that's more flat up top and then comes down abruptly on the ends. Similar to you know, a bowl that you would, well, not a bowl, but a container you would store something in, where it's very elongated, kind of rectangular, but it's, you know, not, it's not a dome, it's not a perfect circle. It's flatter up top and then abruptly turns and comes straight down on the sides. That could also work. It could also work, because if the same component, or let's call it a square for a moment, and if there's a square turning inside another square, the inner one could be round, or could even be possibly shorter or smaller, and the same thing could be happening. So obviously the two don't collide with each other. One thing I can say from my own not only perspective that it's flat, but also my own belief in what's going on is, if some creator was going to create something, they would not make anything in that creation that would make two things plug in together and all of a sudden get out of that creation. You know, I'm pretty sure on that one, because I've built a lot of stuff. Wiki page flat. Kind of going down the chat here on the side a little bit. Some good questions though. Some good questions. Very well thought out questions too. And good to add. I appreciate the comments to add a little bit to it and kind of build on it a little bit. Tabernacle. Not sure about that, Victoria. I'm not sure about that. If that was a question, or I'm not sure if that was a question or not about the tabernacle in the wilderness. I don't like to go camping, so I'm not exactly sure about that one. Diameter ice wall. From ice wall to ice wall to be approximately 25,000 miles. Another good question, because by doing that, you're going off of a globe that's put in the classroom, and it's something, my opinion, that is saying that's how big it is. I heard another, and I wish I knew, and forgive me, I don't remember what I was listening to yesterday. It was an open live chat. Somebody had suggested it was 60,000 miles across, ice wall to ice wall. And of course, I don't have a tape measure that long, so I couldn't tell you. But it was an interesting question, because if they're saying 25,000 or 24,901 at the equator, obviously flattened out, the outside would be quite a bit larger. You know, what exactly that math would work out to, I don't know. I think they've made it to a point where, by using their math, and I keep saying they, and people that know me know how I use that term about they, did not expect anybody to start putting two and two together and use their own math to debunk everything that we were brought up with. And you know, and you know what people say, oh, it's a psyop, it's this and that. You know what?
Hey, Larry, it was either that, or they figured by that time,
right,
they would already be ahead of schedule and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, and as far as they can kiss my effing ass.
Yep, exactly.
Because there's a lot of people that have figured it out, and those people had better be heading for the hills, because enough people have learned and getting to the point that there's a lot of very upset people and figuring it out on their own. And we don't need any expensive anything. Just look at what I did. I put go ahead. No, go.
I was just going to ask, did you answer that question? What do you estimate the diameter from the ice wall to ice wall to be.
Yeah, I said, and I said I had heard as early as yesterday somebody was on a chat and said something about 60,000 miles ice to ice, because if the diameter in the middle is 24,901 flattened out, obviously it would be much bigger. And my answer was, I don't have a tape measure that long, and we've been lied to about so many other things. It's kind of a question mark.
Yeah, supposedly it's roughly 25,000 miles around.
Well, that's in the center on the equator, and some say it's like 56,000 miles around on the outside. 56, close to 60,000 to do round numbers.
Oh, okay. So would that be from North Pole to South Pole to North Pole?
No, that would be if we both met on the ice wall, and I said to you, Brian, wait here, I'll be right back. And I took about a year. And all of a sudden, I come back around the other way, and I had one of those little clickers that joggers use. And I come back and I go, "Holy crap! It's around the outside is 56,000 miles or 60,000 miles."
Okay.
Yeah. Around the ice wall. Hey,
that blows their numbers. That's two different numbers. That doubles their numbers.
Yeah, that's I think that's what somebody meant. Not measuring across ice wall to ice wall. I believe that was a circumference number that Admiral Byrd had come up with in his memoir.
They expected it to be at worst 14,000, however many kilometers or whatever, however you want to do it. But it ended up being about 25,000 miles in the way we do our miles and all that. It ended up being about between 24 and 26,000.
That was around the equator, but if you went around the ice wall around the outside, that's much larger. The ice wall.
No, that's what I'm getting at. They were going around supposedly Antarctica, and the same measurements equals what we say is the circumference when we say around the world, like from 25,000 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is their own measurements and everything when they did it that way disproves everything or a lot of it, because they're trying to say that Antarctica was so small, but by their measurements it proves it's so big. And by the measurements you can prove that they flipped it inside out, and now Antarctica is around us.
Right.
And yeah, that's what I'm getting at there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I understand what you're saying. Gotcha. I see Chris is out there too. You see Chris Rock's out there. Hey, Chris, good to see you too.
Hey, Chris.
Yep. And I got one for you too, because I know some of and I waited for Brian. Brian just got back. He was attending to something, so Brian just got back. So I just wanted to throw this out there as kind of a so I'm thinking, obviously there's a lot of debate on, hey, this or that, or model or this or that, and flat, concave, and vex, and vo, and pear shape. We got all the fruits covered here, basically. I mean, it could be a banana, but that's not what I'm getting at. My thought was, well, you can't really be upset with the concavers, because if you, all right, now just bear with me a second here. If all of a sudden you pulled the drain plug and all the water was gone, all the sea level was zero. Just bear with me a second. The sea level went down to zero, right? Somebody flushed it down or emptied the tub. Well, by definition of what the concavers are talking about, it would be concave, because you got the higher land mass. Then all of a sudden it concaves and goes back out to the side. So it's not that they're wrong, but you just got to fill it with some water, and let's get on kind of this a little bit more of the same page. Yeah, a little bit more of the same page is what I was saying. And who knows? I certainly don't know, but after listening and being around a lot of people, of course, a lot of different people, just looking at all different types of things that they're doing, just kind of putting the model together that we're kind of presenting. I don't know. To me, look, it makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to anyone, out there in chat, or obviously we're going to have some friends joining shortly, I'm sure. If it doesn't make sense, hey, that's cool. I mean, to me, I'm just trying to put something together so I can kind of wrap my head around it, and then some, and then somebody will say, well, what is it? What does that matter? Well, I figured out some pretty difficult problems and some difficult things in my life. So for me, it's like flat earth therapy.
Yeah, yeah.
For me, it's a little bit of an exercise, situation, and I thoroughly welcome and enjoy it. So
My wife says I've become a better man since I've become a flat earther.
It definitely will straighten out some things that are going on, because obviously, and we've talked about this many a times, even on with whether it's on yours or my channel, wherever we are, we've talked about a lot of different things where this is one of 40 different things. It's not like the finding the proverbial holy grail or something like that, which is what is what we were told. But again, you were told we landed on the moon too. So okay, let's back up for a second.
They took the Grail over to Antarctica, if I remember right, not too long. Supposedly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Indiana Jones took it with the Ark of the Covenant. So we got to get a hold of Harrison Ford and find out what the hell's going on.
No, I mean, did you hear about any of that? Where supposedly all of a sudden all these popes that haven't talked over to each other at all for a thousand years, and all of a sudden these guys are getting together in Antarctica and they're discussing some things at this one church, and all of a sudden most of them leave and go somewhere. Nobody knows where they went, but they left for a couple days. But there was this one that got left behind. He didn't get left behind. He was just still there. And he was the one being the face of the whole thing. It showed him just looking at penguins and stuff like that. And then I think it was about 3 months, 2 or 3 months later, it gets announced that they moved the Ark. That's why they did that mission. Supposedly they moved the Ark from one spot to another in Antarctica because of something that might happen.
Oh.
So yeah, if you want to believe that that thing is there, or if it's still around or whatever, okay.
Yeah.
But
I was going to make.
They flat out told us. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to be funny about it. I mean, the poor guy sat there by himself watching penguins for 3 months.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, when they got back, I'd be a little pissed. Like, hey guys, well, first of all, you took my car keys or my snowmobile. I couldn't go anywhere. I'm sitting here watching frickin' penguins. I can just about speak to the animals now. Where the hell you been?
Something's up when you have. I think they said a armada of it was over 300 big ships. I'm talking about some of them are aircraft carriers. They had something like 14 submarines. They were moving something. And what's the odds that they actually come out and tell us we moved the Ark? What's really the odds of that? Come on, really? I mean, they moved something, but would they really tell us the truth and what it was? I mean, maybe to get our minds going a certain way, maybe, but to be the truth, that's really far-fetched. It really is. The thing that blows my mind is all these other the popes and all that were together and speaking after thousands of years of never communicating their religions. They stayed away. They were fighting, and now all of a sudden they took a peace break in Antarctica and did that. So it's kind of iffy. I don't know where to take that.
Yeah, it definitely is. Give me 1 second. I got to attend to something. I'll be right back.
1 second. Okay, that's up. Yeah. Mute us. I see how you are. Anyway, how's everybody else doing? Hey, how you doing, Flat Circle? So anyway, when we were doing some of our research, first you start off with something like this. Oh, I forgot to go to Google. That's my problem. I hate Google. But we got to use their own devices against them, right? Okay, I guess when you can say when we first started, we all come to this conclusion where we are. Which one is it? Here, let me pop this out. Okay, there you go, Larry.
Whoops, I'm back.
Yeah, oops. So I was just starting to tell him that, yeah, we started out looking at other, we did look at some maps, and I said, this is the one that would be pretty much how I was starting to say, okay, that if you want to say when we were looking for how the firmament would be, we kind of went off of this in a way. We started with this, and we go ahead, hit it.
Hit the cogwheel.
Oh, okay. Cogwheel. I should. Hopefully it did. So yeah.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, this is pretty much what it's. We took this kind of an idea, like you'd say the format, and tried to figure out how it works. So that's how we're doing our thing. It's not that we're copying anybody, we're anything like that. No, we're technically what do you call that? Reverse engineering. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're taking what we think is the model, and then okay, how does this got to work? Okay, they're a million years ahead of us. Okay, they could probably do this, no problem. Okay, this is what they did. Boom. Okay, now we move on. Boom, 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 and that's what we're doing. But at the same time, when I get my friend involved, I'm hoping that we can do everything right to where we can get the star formations lined up, everything, sun and moon, the way it all lays out, and do it through a period of so many years. So we can just check it, but you can be able to see how it works. You know what I mean? It's
going to be
able to show our idea. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting, actually.
Huh.
Oh, actually, I should mute so you can present. You're gonna you want to present?
No,
go ahead. And...
No. I'm just looking right now. We're still all talking.
Okay. I see a comment there. I'm not sure if you addressed it. Just trying to get some perspective. Sun and moon, height based on land mass.
That was earlier.
Oh, okay. And
but I don't know if we answered. I don't know if we answered it or not.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can, because then you're talking about individual land mass and distance between. Because let's just go with this one real quick. Summertime, the sun is probably a lot closer because it's very hot. Wintertime, it's really far away or lower in the horizon, so to speak. So the distance is going to change. So I don't know if you can, or anyone can say, hey, it's this far away, because that would not be a correct statement, in my opinion, because it does change based on the seasons. And remember I told you, Gabby brought this up, Mike brought it up, where, okay, it's going like over the top and stuff. So that it's over the top, the backside of a bowl or a cooking bowl or something. So that's going to have, obviously perspective of different way you look at it, but also a different distance from where you are. It's going to change constantly all the time. And I got a little bit of feedback there. You got your watch page open?
No, I opened this up because of what you were saying, where the sun's at and stuff like that. I was trying to find something that was similar. You see how we got different sections?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we're almost getting at, in a way.
Well,
they're talking about the seven heavens and this and that. No, but we're trying to get down more to the mechanics of it. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay.
This is the way they believe. When you leave, you go here, but they're trying to say the sun is somewhere. I don't know if they're trying to say the sun is here or there, but this is a belief. All I'm saying is this is kind of like how we're talking, where you got layers and you got ones that move, ones that don't. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, and I, for the record, I don't like those Scientology guys, so that's just
no, not at all, not at all.
But to get some models to start with and go from there. We just started with a whole bunch of different ideas, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, let me draw something, and then that's how it started. And of course, it was very simple and crude in the beginning, and I had like 4 seconds to do it. And it was funny because actually Hillbilly came on and he was talking about air travel, and I told him, I said, slow down, because I couldn't draw it fast enough. And I mean, my airplane looked like, I don't know, some kind of tea dart that you wouldn't even throw at a board. It was ridiculously shaped, but the numbers and the concept was good. It's just that he went too fast. I couldn't draw it fast enough.
Mm-hmm. This is like how they talk about the sun and the moon.
Yeah,
going over us, kind of like that, I guess. I'm looking for this one thing because I wanted to say something, because I'm still stumped on how. You remember what I was talking about, that one that's 600 miles difference, of how it would explain it, but I'm still stumped because that part shouldn't be. It's actually, I can describe it right here, even using their model here. Come on, pop up. Okay, right here. Some people were. Whoa! What just happened? What just happened? That was weird. Oh, it's a presentation. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a second. It's not what I was trying to do, but we can still see that, I think. Show me the page. Show me the page. No, they're not going to show me. That sucks. Anyway, I can find another one real quick. Right there.
It's kind of funny how you read. And I always tell a lot of people and friends and stuff like that, I'm like, okay, when you're looking at something or a photo, or especially, everybody's into these selfies and everything else, look at the background and take a good look at the background and everything, and look like outside the box, not just what you're looking at. Look outside the box. And I saw something that in the top right there said banned blah 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 blah, and as soon as I read that, it went off.
Oh yeah, flags went off. Yep. Now I'm still confused on this area here. Whether it's a globe look at it or a flat earth way of looking at it. Some people say there's a 60-mile difference all the way up to a 600-mile difference. I choose to say it's about 600 miles if you want to say the distances between here and there all over. That's got to be right around 600, roughly. But you can go up in the mountains here into snowy weather, or you can go here and go surfing. The same day, these people 600 miles away are wearing their poncho, not their ponchos, but their Eskimo filled, there's a certain name for that, I want to say clothing they use, but they're all filled up, because the weather there is a negative 40 to a negative 100 or whatever, negative 60, it's really bad. But right here, you can be surfing. There is a problem. That can't be. I'm just stuck there. I'm still stumbling on this one.
Yeah, well, that particular thing would, what just came to my mind is depending on where the sun is, it could heat it up in such a position that it would be warm by what is that? I messed these two up. Cape Hope is Africa, Cape Horn is South America, right?
Yeah, this is this is Argentina. Am I right about that?
It's by Chile, Argentina.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Close to it.
Yeah.
You got the Strait of Magellan and all that stuff there. Yeah.
Oh, that's the whole area. Yeah. Yep. But it's just weird because I don't know how to explain this. I've lived in Hawaii where up in the mountains you can go skiing on snow, and then the same day go down and go surfing. So I understand how climates can be different, but not when you have this much of a drastic swing this close.
Yeah, well, there's kind of a problem with that map to begin with because the Arctic, as we're told by the North Pole, is all covered in ice and snow. It's not even doing that.
Yeah, well, yeah, this map. Period. I'm just talking about. I just picked out any of them that I could show you the distance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's just funny how you got Antarctic conditions here all over, and then right here you have tropical. Some not most, but sometimes a year. But then you'll have the same bad conditions here at the same time. It's either that or this distance is wrong.
Well, that's more of where I'm coming from. My belief is that the distance, the continents, the shapes,
everything, it's all wrong.
Are all wrong, and they're.
But I bet you there's hidden islands because I know there's spots that we can't go to. I remember flying. Let me see where it's at in the Hawaiian. Where is it? I don't see where it was. Where I was flying from. I flew from Hawaii to Hawaii, or from somewhere to Hawaii, but being near the equator and all that, it's just I don't know how to say this. We had to take different routes when we could have went straight there over the same amount of water, right. But we had to divert over, say, what you'd call a continent-sized land mass, but there was no land mass. We couldn't see it. But what I'm getting at is we had to divert around this area, and we weren't allowed to go. And we were told, no, that's just all water. We're not allowed to go there. Because I even asked one of the last times I went, and that's what I got told. No, we're just not allowed to fly in that space. I'm like, okay, why not? I understand if you got secret stuff going on, but not that big enough to hide a continent or two. That tells you where the elites are at.
Yeah, and and what I'll say, and I'm sure obviously they're watching and stuff like that. If the elites think that they're going to be saved or anything like that, the only thing I can tell you is, and I do believe in the Creator. I'm having a little problem with the Bible and some different things and biblical teachings, but you guys are going to be the first ones to be wiped out, no matter what the hell you do. So go for it.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to show that. Okay, I was just trying to see what that was showing. I don't want to get you trouble there. Yep, I was just, that has bothered me. No matter how you look at it, like I said, even if you look at this one,
Yeah.
it's the distance. It's wrong. It's wrong.
The bottom line, and I think everyone would agree, is the bottom line is that there's something very, very seriously wrong, and obviously we've hung around a bunch of different people, and they've all had some really good ideas about different what shape and different things and everything else, and different per miles and everything else and stuff like that. And the bottom line is, okay, we can all agree we've been lied to, and that's where everybody automatically says absolutely. And that's that's what the important thing is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all agree to that. That's it. Start there.
Yes.
We don't have to agree with everything, but start there.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to go back and kind of rewind, or you can even not even pause it. You can actually just on the live broadcast just hit your clicker and go back and look at the model and stuff and what we were presenting when we first started. We did it 2 times, and just kind of look at that. Take a look and throw some some questions or anything, or please throw it in the comments, because obviously, I'm not the sharpest guy around. I'm just kind of putting a lot of what a bunch of different people are saying. I'm just kind of bringing that together.
We're putting it out there and asking for help. You know what I mean? That's it. Give us what you guys think, and if that goes with what we're thinking, we'll add to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised nobody took the invite from you. Where'd you send it?
No, I went to everybody's Google account, so if they're not watching it, it's just flashing. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay. I thought you sent it to like the NASA guys, and they're just not showing up. They're like, hell no, I ain't going in there, man.
Oh, I should have sent it there. I never thought about that.
Yeah, don't do.
I never. Here, boom. I'm starting to get it right now. Boom. I'm starting to get bam, bam, bam. Oh, that's my wife. Never mind.
Yeah, that's different. That's good. Actually, still got some folks out there. You got Chris still out there. Yep, Chris still out there. Don's out there. Wade checked in. I didn't see him. I get a feedback I'm hearing myself, but it can't be through me because I can hear it it's coming through your headphones or something.
Oh, you might be getting. Hold on. Yeah, it might be my headset. Let me turn myself down, and that might change it. Hold on.
Okay.
How did I do that before? I think that was in my blah blah blah.
How's that?
How's that? Is that better?
Let me see. Testing.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean you're not feeding back at all, but I can actually hear a little echo on my end.
Oh, it's on your end. Okay. I thought you meant my end. No big deal. It's not that bad. It's not bad. I can't even really tell. You're hearing it. I'm not.
Okay. Well, that's actually let me just go ahead and do it this way. Let's see here. All right, how's that? Nope, still got the feedback. I tried the cog wheel cancel thing, but it didn't work.
If you do that, then if it doesn't work the first time, then just go ahead and change whichever one, voice to study, whichever one you were on, change it to the other one. I wish I. Oh, you just went way out.
How's that?
That's really loud.
Really loud.
Whoops, sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, you're fine.
Just adjust that one that you did a little bit down. Okay, you turned it off. There you go. Go about halfway.
How's that?
That sounds good here.
Okay. I still do have the echo, so I'm not sure, but that's okay. I'll just go with the echo.
How bad?
It's only.
But how bad is your echo?
It's like a second or two echo, but nothing else.
If you want,
nothing else.
You could bounce out and bounce back in.
No, because actually that'll end the broadcast or something. So I'm
doesn't
good.
It doesn't end it if you bounce out and you bounce back in within 5 minutes roughly, and that's true because I've done it many times hosting my own. You guys didn't even notice I left. You know what I mean?
I'm good. Let's see if it corrects itself first.
Okay.
Because it may, or somebody else joined or something like that. And actually, Wade's out there made a good comment. It's need to start with common ground because everybody can agree pushing beliefs is exactly what got us here. And obviously, Wade's listened to some of the stuff we've been talking about because yeah, exactly. Don't try not to push somebody into what it is. Just present some information and let them run.
Let it roll. Exactly.
Yeah, let them run with it and let them get back to you and. Then have a conversation about, hey, did you see the same thing I did, and back and forth, and it's the exchange of ideas and not guiding or pushing or anything like that. Any of those kind of things.
So Stefan's not. Is Knowledge still here? Is she coming in or no? I thought she was still here.
I'm not sure. I know she was. Obviously, we do this for quite a bit. She's tending to family and stuff like that. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to ask her after she looked at that.
Oh,
a couple questions on how she knows. What she studies and what she knows. So I wanted to get her view on a couple things on how it would link up and if it would work.
That's got to be you because it's not me.
Oh, let me mute her. Somebody's phone. 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
Take your time. Just hurry up about it.
Yeah, exactly. Heard it. You know what's funny is you muted and came back on. Now there's no echo.
Oh, no.
Let me hear it. Nope, now there's no echo.
Oh, okay. So that tells me that's on your end. Yeah, you're right.
Now, when you mute yourself, there's no echo.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of wild. Anyway, let's continue.
I blame it on Google.
Yeah, something you would think for somebody who's spent $20 million to hearts jump, skip, fart, and blow their ass across the pond or try to go to space and they never went anywhere. For those people who spend $20 million, they can't get a freaking website right.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I gotta go check the door.
Yep. Go ahead. So people will watch later. Yeah, it's good. No, it's okay. Wait, everybody's got their own stuff. Obviously, everybody's got regular stuff going on. So now, don't worry about missing anything. You could always go back and watch it. Always go back and check it out and take a look. As a matter of fact, we're going to be here for a little bit. So, and I know there's a delay. Wade's out there. If you want to kind of go back to the beginning and just look for the presentation, it was in the beginning, and it was about maybe the 1 hour mark, like the second time we kind of presented it, and go back and just take a look at it. And obviously it's not real time, it's the recorded time, but then you can catch up the real time. If you have any questions, you can still do that, and still keep the chat keeps going too. The chat keeps going. It'll still be real time chat and everything, but you can just take the what do you call it, the time bar when you hover over the live chat. You can go back to the more of the beginning of the live chat and go back where you see the whiteboard and see kind of what we were presenting there. Yeah, let me see if I could. It's actually when we started. So yeah, it's pretty much at the beginning, and it only takes a few minutes. If you want to go back and look at that, go for it. Then kind of catch up. You didn't miss anything. It's still going to be here. We're still going to be here for a while, so there's no issue or anything like that. And as always, Stefan, I don't know if I know you're out there right now. I'm not sure if Paul is around. I know Brian had a couple of questions. Unless she had to do some things, that's cool. I think Brian sent links to Stefan, to Knowledge Scavenger, as well as several others. And again, they might be busy doing something else too, which is, that's cool. Not to leave dead air time. Sorry about that.
Did you hear me? I just said that too. I don't know if you heard me. I was like, dead air.
Yeah, no, I looked up for a second and just got involved, changed the channel.
Just the first 2 hours.
Yeah, actually, I just told Wade, I said it's easy to go back, just go in the live chat that he's on right now, and just like go all the way back and watch it, and he just won't. He won't hear us now, but he'll be able to go back or hear, or even some of the ladies go back and just watch. And they can watch. It doesn't take too long, and just kind of watch that a little bit, and then just come right back to the live shot, and they can go slide all the way back to live and
they could listen to us live at the same time. All I got to do is highlight your the IP address, click copy, open up in a new link. Now you got 2 of them open. Mute one so you don't get yourself all messed up. But then on the second one, go back. Or no, it'll be on the first one. I think you can go back. Whichever one you can go back and listen, and then on the other one you can be listening to us live at the same time. That's how I do it sometimes. I can multitask and watch one. Like if you guys send us a video, whatever, I'll be watching one on the side while I'm doing this.
I like my idea better. You just hit the little red thing, clicky it back to the beginning, and just watch for a minute. And then when you're done, just bring it up and you hear us live. I like my idea better.
Yours is, yeah, it's faster, I guess.
Yeah.
But what happens when you have a hiccup at that point and the computer kind of freezes for a second? Now you lost it all. If you did it the other way, you would have the other backup. So
no, you didn't. No. You just refresh the page.
Oh, jackass.
See?
I tried.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I was asking Stefan if Paulo was still around and stuff. I didn't see a response or anything. Or I know you sent them invite and sent it out there to obviously a bunch. Don't see anybody really, but they might be doing their thing. Obviously, you know, people do this for a lot of hours and they just want to take a little break and just sit and chat and kind of type stuff like that.
It is Tuesday, you know what I mean? So people like us are either heavy on the weekends or heavy at night. So after wherever you're at, say 9, 10 o'clock, that's usually when people start getting on. Right about now, my wife and all of us would be getting on, you know. I don't know. I'm not normal. I'm up all the time usually, so it's kind of weird. Well, at least right now with my dad and all.
Yeah, that's understandable. So, your dad's doing good, obviously.
Well, he's doing as it can be, the best it can be, you know.
I think we put most everybody to sleep because even the scroll on the side has stopped now.
Oh, I paid them. I paid them off.
Oh, okay. Well, at least we had a paid audience. I mean, that was good.
And they were right, Truther. It is the URL, not the IP address. You're right.
Excuse me.
No, no.
I'm going to go ahead and refresh that page a little bit.
What do you want, huh? I ain't got no food for you. I got a 420. So anybody else have any questions on or anything that might be able to help us go in the right direction so far on that model that if you were here earlier?
I think a couple might be going back and watching the beginning of the video.
Watching it now? Okay, I'll wait then. I'll wait.
Yeah. Some might be they got here a little bit late, so they might be going back and kind of checking it out. It takes a little bit.
I think what I'll do tomorrow is I'll go to the spots that we started, and then when we ended, and I'll take clips out and I'll make their own videos. So if they want to go look at how we started and where we're at, and then I'll do that each time. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. It's fine with me. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Because it's funny to watch people in progress, how you see twists and turns. How did they get to that? How did they get to that thought? And it's funny how you get to certain thoughts and you didn't get there the way you thought you were going to get there. I don't know.
Actually, that would be a good video because it would be if you put it in conjunction with where we first started.
Yep.
With the first one, then the second one,
and then like this one, and then the next one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, actually, that would be a good one put together. That'd be awesome. I'd like to tag that one on my side too, just to have it on both of ours.
Yep. That's what I'll do. Well, I'll create it, and then I don't know. I think you can set it up so two people have what you would say ownership. Is that how you'd say that in the way they do this?
Well, boy, I'm not sure. I think you give. Well, obviously, it's by definition it's copyrighted, so that's already done. But the sharing of it, because it was both of us, we should be able just to throw it on both of ours.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm hoping. I'll figure it out. When I'm doing it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Or if there has to be a disclaimer in there, we'll just put the disclaimer and share it.
Yeah, we can do it that way. Right in the disclaimer that it was, this and that, and it started here, and that's it. That doesn't have to be much.
Yeah, really simple. Best way to keep it is simple. I mean, so many things are so complicated, and I think everybody, even out in chat, will agree. You know, you go in to buy a car, you just walk in there just to buy a car, and you say, "Well, I have this money. I just want to have the car." And 14 hours later, you're finding paperwork and shit. It's like, serious?
Yeah, I have cash. What's the problem?
And I do understand, you know, fiat currency and all that, and that's a topic for a different day and stuff like that. I understand all that stuff. Trust me. I will say, let's just put that by the side. But if you go in and once again, I'll just throw it out there to chat. I know it's a little bit behind, but you go in to just purchase a vehicle or something. You better be willing to spend 3 hours. Why they do this is just the wearing down of getting you to agree to all the shit they're going to try to sell you, because the rest of it is garbage. I mean, if you ever bought something off of one of the websites, no mentioning of names.
Oh yeah, after a certain point, they throw in extras, and you're just like, yeah, go ahead, fine, whatever. Yeah. That's where they get you.
Yeah, because when you go to buy something off a person you don't know, it's like, okay, can we test drive? Yeah, we both get in the car. You go test drive. Ding, 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 ding. Go down the road. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, back. Shut the doors. You make an agreement. Shake hands. Exchange some type of barter, money, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to use. Signs over. It's done.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go up there. No, I'm just kind of reading the chat at the same time.
So am I.
Yeah. Yep, it's okay. Yeah, Vic's got to do her thing. That's cool. She'll still be listening, I'm sure. She'll still be back and forth. She always is. Got to step away from the keyboard and do her thing.
It's 420 time.
Yeah.
AKA Bubble.
8, 40, 70, 11, 16.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
17, 40, 75 putt, whatever. You know, whatever anybody needs to do, that's totally fine. And that's unfortunately, that's what a lot of folks look at, and they start looking at, oh, well, that person's doing this or that person's doing that, and this person.
Yeah.
Let me just say a little something to those people who call somebody out as far as if they, are drinking a lot or smoking a lot or 420ing a lot or doing something. Let me tell you something right now. Do not judge somebody, because that will come back on you tenfold. And I'm not saying that in a threatening way. I'm just saying, do not do that, because if you are that righteous, which more than likely you're not, because after a conversation with those types of people, they will probably find out more about themselves within that conversation, because you can say, I'll tell you what, why don't I record what you're saying and play it back to you about all the garbage that you have done? And now all of a sudden you're going to throw rocks at somebody else? What in the hell is wrong? What in the hell is wrong with you? And lay off of that garbage. No matter what somebody's doing, it does not negate the information of any kind, because there are some great ideas out there, some brilliant ideas out there. And that's just negating all that stuff and saying, everybody's just a bunch of freaking potheads, or a bunch of drunks, or a bunch of this, or a bunch of pills, or a bunch of that's my point. My point is, if you have to resort to that, you're not only out of ideas, but your intelligence level, which I don't believe in intelligence so much being on a scale. Your credibility of intelligence has just dropped down a few notches, because now you are getting down to, you have no idea whatsoever, nothing to offer except to go after somebody for whatever it is they're doing. And I think that is very, very wrong. That's something that I certainly don't do, because everybody's welcome to do whatever they feel is correct for them. I'm not going to go after somebody for that kind of a thing. I just, to me, that's a disgusting person that's got to stoop to those kinds of levels to do that sort of thing and go after somebody for what they're doing or how they are or something. Come on, really? Give me a break.
Yeah, I agree on that one. That's kind of like what was happening not too long ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give them another 10 minutes, and they probably fast forwarded through some moments. And if some of them bounce back and forth between what we started, I'll give them another 10 or 15 minutes. They'll be back in about half an hour.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading. I got the weeds out there. He's typing pretty good out here. Hold on. From new experiments. Go from there. Hung up on this. Yeah, actually, getting hung up on a little bit of the speculation. I saw Brian. You actually, all right. So you're on top of that already. I'm catching up here. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, because most of the scientists right now are probably worried and holding on to their ass because they could all lose their degrees because they've already they've already pushed something forward where all of a sudden suppose everything it has a lot to do with some awakening going on with flat Earth. Well,
if they don't keep pushing forward, they're going to lose everything. That's why they're doing it as hard as they're doing it now.
That's exactly correct. Yes. And I don't like to use the word exact same in the same sentence because Brian and I have discussed this about a double negative, because exact and same are the same two words. But exactly pushing forward on something like that because they obviously they need to keep their livelihoods and keep things going.
Or as we say in poker, you're all in.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. They're all in, and there's nowhere to go. There is nowhere to go for some of these folks, and that's something where I and Brian knows this. I was actually speaking to Peaches, and this is a few months ago. Not even a couple. A few months ago, and one of the things we briefly talked about is, can you imagine all the books, whether and the math books not so much, because they based on the mathematical equations, if what they're saying is true, the mathematical equations would work out, which are very complex. However, everyone here has used that math, and that math has proven that it's not what they say. And I would,
it don't work at all.
Right. Yes, that's correct. And that's the flat line. And you go back and you take a step back and you're like, okay, got this. I got the math. I got how it works and everything else. But what the math is that I've learned and I've dealt with for so long does not prove round anything that we're standing on. It might prove round as far as what it is that these equations are being written on the side of a barn.
It proves the equations they're saying are what they're saying, but it doesn't prove what reality is saying.
Yeah, what we're actually on.
Now we're proving that even the equations are incorrect.
Yeah. Yes. And you can go back to physics and science and all the people that have PhDs and degrees and everything else. And look, and I did not go to school and get a PhD or an after high school diploma. If I did, I would actually wipe my rear end with it right now, because I think it would make better paper serving that way than anything else.
Yep. Wiped mine and threw it in the trash. It's a waste of money.
Yeah, and they've got everybody so convinced into just doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it.
Well, look how they got it set up. Well, let's quickly look at this. They set up a school system so then the ones that are that excel in the very beginning, they grab them, put them in different, higher, places to go, and so they're snatching up all the smart ones first. Okay, then they might feed them more education and stuff like that, but they get them to a point where they can put them somewhere and compartmentalize them. I'm sorry, I said the wrong word. I said the right word, but I said it wrong. I'm stuttering right now. But they put them here, and they put them here, and they put them here, and that's why we don't have the brilliant guys like Tesla anymore, because the free thinkers back then were technically free. Now if you were smart in school and stuff like that, they gave you grants. You went here, you went there. Now you went to Yale, and now you work at NASA.
Oh, what? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying that's exactly what happens. You end up working at places like that where, yes, they got you working on real equations. Yes, they're telling you that this is over here and this is what we need you to work on. But it could be all phony, but we don't know that. They don't even know that. They're just doing their job working on the equations. They're told, this is supposedly helping the rover get over this mountain, so please help out with this. Okay, I'll figure that out, blah, 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 blah. That's what I'm saying, It ain't like it how it used to be. Nowadays, it's like the schools are there to funnel them, take the smart ones, put them where they want them, and then from there, it just goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, yeah, I do, and I wanted to add to that too, because when
Go ahead.
Yeah, when they funnel them, okay, and they do go to work for these corporations or well, it could be NASA, it could be anybody. I mean, these corporations, and you come up with an idea while you're getting paid. You're under contract for your paycheck getting paid. Whose property does your idea become?
Becomes theirs.
Exactly. That's where I was going. Yeah, you were muted. It took you a second. Yes, it becomes the property of whomever you're working for, because you're under contract by contract of accepting something for doing something, possibly signing non-compete agreements and stuff like that, or you come up with an idea and you're working for a company, and then all of a sudden you have an idea for a patent. You have just discovered sliced bread for the first time, or maybe the fifth time, or a different way to slice it upside down, or however. I mean, just imagine this for a second. that particular thing that you have just invented becomes someone else's property because of the contract agreement you have by working for that person or being affiliated with that group,
like
or something.
Edison. Like Edison.
Yeah, Edison did the same thing. Unfortunately, his ass sold out, because he sold out for, I think it was a big ass plant up in Niagara Falls, which the whole thing went for shit. And then Tesla came along and they took his idea and ran with it, because Edison's thing like hit the toilet real quick or something. In fact, if I'm not mistaken,
give me a few seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I'll and if I get the stuff wrong or whatever, I do apologize for this part of it. But if I recall correctly, and again, after reading history and going back and reading actual books and doing some stuff online, because obviously the stuff online, if you start to reference everything online, there could be an issue with that too. Situation with Edison is they built a huge power plant, and he would actually have, for direct current, would have to have basically a big building every so many miles to increase the current to get it to all the households, and actually did an experiment based on DC current, where Tesla did an experiment based on AC current, and tried to electrocute something in a chair. I don't think it was a real person, but it was something where Edison claimed that Tesla's version would be very deadly and start the guy on fire and everything else.
Hold on, I'll fix that one. What happened was Edison tried to say that Tesla's way was inhumane, so he put a elephant on a stand and used the same method that Tesla was using on the elephant and fried it. It took it a long time to kill it, so their whole point was to make it look bad, and that's what they did. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. Because I couldn't remember. I do remember that Edison tried to, as Brian just said, and that's cool. Thank you. To sell one thing from something else. But however, I believe Edison was actually under contract with, I don't know, J.P. Morgan or one of the rich fat tards or whatever, and they had ideas of doing the power plants and making sure everybody was a slave to the DC current and everything like that. So obviously, Edison's ideas were totally controlled, and the guy was garbage. Tesla is AC, which is what we work on now, alternating current. Anybody who knows anything about electric, which I don't. I shock myself every time I even sometimes change a light bulb. So I've just read this stuff. I'm not good with electric, but AC current is what every household works on today. Every household, it's AC current. You can thank Nikola Tesla when you go and turn on your TV, when you plug in your phone, when your lights go on, at night, all that kind of day. You can thank Mr. Tesla for that. They stole that man's ideas. I mean, stole. They robbed that poor fellow.
Oh yeah. Everything's supposed to be Edison's now, and that's the messed up part. You don't even hear about Tesla until after you get out of school and learn about Tesla coils, and then you're like, Tesla coils. Then you go research what Tesla, and then you learn. That's only, people don't know that there was a battle that happened there, and Tesla lost. Yeah. Even though they took all his ideas and he was correct, he lost.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they made him an offer he couldn't refuse or something. I mean, who knows? I mean, we'll never know.
They didn't. No, put it this way: he died a broken man that. When he would enter his building, he'd walk around his building 3 times. Everything had to be 3, 6, or 9. Those were his prime numbers. He had to. He died a penniless, broken old man that somebody with that knowledge should not have died that way.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It just really, it's sad. But, sooner or later he will be in the books. It will be written again that Tesla, Edison wasn't who he says he is, and sooner or later we'll fix that.
Yeah, I believe that. Eventually, time will take everything.
Yep. Like we used to always say in ping pong, the ball never lies. When somebody can't remember the score, so then we'd be. Is it 7-6 or is it 6-7? What is it? Because you always say yours first. So I'd always say, okay, you say one, I say the other. The ball doesn't lie. So we serve it. Whoever just made the point, they not only got the point, but they got the point before, or got the. We always said the ball never lies. So we put the faith in the ball, which is dumb in the first place, but. We always use it as a allegory. You know what I mean? It's put the faith in something and let it happen. Almost like flipping a coin. Let the truth be told over the coin.
Yeah. Well, if that comes up in the game I'm playing, like 6, 7, who's 7? I'd be like, that's me. You're 6.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then the other person's always like, no, I had the point. That's when you say, okay. And usually the guy that's better is the one that says, well, okay, we'll let the ball decide.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's, yeah, exactly. That's really how that goes.
Yeah.
Forrest Gump style, you know.
Yeah, Forrest Gump. Oh, that's great. It actually
Ping pong's a good game. I like ping pong.
Wade's out there typing away like a fiend tonight. He's really going crazy out there.
He's taking care of it.
Yeah. He died on
Matter of fact, he's asking his questions and answering them all at the same time. He's good. I was just kidding there. I was just messing.
Oh,
Right on. No. He understood. Okay, right on. History will be altered.
Hit the cog again. Hit that cog. Yeah, and and only if we could stop the depopulation. Well, the unfortunate part is they've got everybody going at each other, and everybody is depopulating themselves.
Yes.
That's it. That's the stupidest freaking thing. I mean, common sense, folks. Come on, common sense. Everybody is depopulating each other.
Hold on. For instance, can you guys see behind me? What do you guys see all the way around my brother's property? There's a wall. That says me. That says, stay out. I don't want your company. I don't want nothing. So society has changed to being where if a stranger stumbled in across your land, you gave him hey, how you doing? Are you okay? Do you need food? And then you talked for the night. He gathered up and moved on. Whatever. Now that we have these walls up like we do, society has changed. People don't even greet each other when they're walking down the road. I still do. People think I'm weird because I walk down, down the road, see somebody, and if I catch their eyes, I'm like, hey, how you doing? And people think that's weird. No, it's not weird. It's just times have changed, and I'm refusing to change the way the world is because I see the world changing in the wrong way.
Yeah, you're a little broken up. You may need to hit the
thing again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's.
It's all right.
It could be.
It's all right.
There we go. Oh, good. Then we got you.
Telling you, we don't help each other out anymore. When I'm driving down the road and I see somebody broken down on the side of the road, my wife knows I'm instantly pulling over. She already knows the signal or everything. She gets over in the driver's side in case something bad happens, and she can call the cops and then try to help me. You know what I mean? Other than that, I get out, try to help, blah, blah, blah. And it's to the point where if we're driving down the road and she sees somebody, she already knows. She's starting to get things prepared. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if I'm in a hurry or not. I'm pulling over to help that person. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, you do this for instance. If you live in a city anywhere and you want to, just don't even want to go anywhere. Go out to one of the main roads, put your finger out. See how many cars go past you before one even decides to slow down, but doesn't stop. But just one slows down. I guarantee you're going to get it. If you're in a populated city, you're going to get into the hundreds. Back in the old days, if there was somebody walking, they instantly got picked up, especially if it was a lady. Things are changing, and I knew I did not want to raise kids in this world, but me and my ex-wife decided to take a shot at it. We got kids now, and now I have consequences because
No.
No, what I mean by that is, now you still have responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an added responsibility, and in a way, I brought them into a world of chaos. So I've already written it out in a letter. So when they get old enough, they're going to read how I really felt at certain times. So in one of the letters, I just wrote that I'm not sorry for bringing you into this world. I'm sorry for the world that I brought you into. If you can understand what that means, you know.
Yeah. Well, I definitely can, because obviously we've spoken many a time. You might have to hit that cogwheel again, because it's starting to break up again. That always starts to happen after about 2 hours in. But okay, that's better. Yep. Instantly changed it. That's actually yeah. I know exactly what you mean, and I do understand that. I do understand that. The chat's not too bad. It's a little bit quiet. Obviously,
but I think they're listening, and people are, you know, like when I'm in a chat and I kick back and listen, and I'm not in it. I'll kick back, and there are times where you start saying something, you want to get that word in, but no, there's times where you want to just kick back and listen, and put your word in here and there, but I can listen, because sometimes your influence on the conversation might have changed what they were saying.
Yeah, well, hopefully so. I don't want to change anybody's thing or thinking or anything, but to just get some ideas out there and say, hey, folks, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely about that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what do you think here? What do you think there? And what's awesome is, for some reason, and I'm happy for this reason. We don't need a ton of people out there with wrenches or anything else, because everybody's just you can throw an idea out there and just be respectful about it. Throw something out there. I mean, if you want those kind of things where you go crazy and everything else, obviously there's chat rooms for that too. So go for it.
If you want drama, there's a couple on the other side of the curve.
Yeah. Around the. Let's see, 8 inches per mile squared. Let's see how. And it. Based on the math, it's 8 inches per mile squared, and we're not laughing at the math. We're just saying that the math, based on where you think you're standing, doesn't work, and that's what we're talking about here. The math works if somebody's on the basketball, which is great. If they want to believe they live there, that's totally up to them. And moving on from that. But it is nice to see that. I can't. As a matter of fact, with doing, and we don't do a ton of hangouts. We do a bunch, but I don't remember having to wrench anybody in either one. I think Negator might have got wrenched one time or something.
It's been pretty much the ones we've been having, and the people that have been coming in have been pretty much under control. Every once in a while, you get somebody that's on the side that's been drinking or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean just alcohol, but something, and you can tell that they're having an off night, and they're getting into people. You know what I mean? You see that every once in a while, but it takes care of itself pretty quick.
Yeah, and I think we've all been, including myself, been guilty of some of those things too. Mm-hmm. And it happens, and it's understandable.
Other than that, I think it's good. I really do. Your chats, my chats, any other guys that are having them, that
and gals, and
exactly.
Yeah, I've really not seen a lot of wrenching going on. It's actually been quite calm. As a matter of fact, for some reason, and I'll mention Jibby, for some reason, when I start talking, Jibby falls asleep. I can't keep him awake. He kind of, he doesn't, yell at me, but he's like, Larry.
Is it like the NPR voice?
I don't know. He just,
You know what I mean? Stay tuned, fellas. We will be broadcasting next hour. The next hour after that will be stuff on that hour. And after that, it'll be stuff on that hour. You know what I mean? They give you that. That's what he's saying, I think. That for him, that's his tone. That's the tone that he's like, oh, come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The monotone, and just kind of, keep it straight across, like the, like your nighttime broadcast or something. And he's fallen asleep on me a couple times. And actually to the point where some people have sent him like messages like, Jimmy.
Hey, but you got to remember too, he enjoys life. So
oh, absolutely, yes, yeah. He's a nice guy.
What I'm getting at there is, he might have fell asleep, but might have not been your fault.
Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I talk for a while. I don't even go back and listen to the live chats or anything.
I don't go back and listen to mine. I don't.
No,
I know what I said. I know what I said.
Yeah. and
unless,
I don't like. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go.
I was gonna say unless I've never had this happen yet, and it will happen sooner or later, unless you get into a discussion with somebody that tries to say you said this and you didn't. Then I have to go back and look and grab it and show I didn't. I'm consistent. I don't flip flop. So mostly I can almost say that I don't have to look back at my stuff and say, no, this is not what I said. You know what I mean? I know what I've said. I don't get drunk and get on here. I don't drink. I do grow my own. But that doesn't put me in a state of mind that I cannot think. For some reason, it's focused me. It always has. So yeah.
And for those that don't know, I'm more of a beer drinker. Different side, but I don't get to a point of.
Yeah, you don't. You've always been polite and joking around like you always do. We're all this. That's why I like this group. I love it.
Yeah, and that's also what I was saying a little bit earlier is when we're all together and that is mentioned, it could be mentioned, and that's I've never nor will I call somebody out on that type of situation, because that's their own personal preference, and that kind of negates whatever that person is presenting, and that's more of the thing that's going on. Somebody finds out that
everybody's got their own. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, could be really anything. And I see there's some new things out there. Wade's still chatting up a storm, man. It's good. Gerald's out there.
Yeah.
How would you say that, Gerald or Gerald? And I apologize if I got that wrong, or Sam.
I think he's going for Gerald.
Gerald.
But it could be Gerald.
Yeah, and if somebody comes in and they believe absolutely in the thing is, a spinning ball and everything else, look, that's okay. It's up to each person to do the research, their own research, and look into it. And I think that's what the best thing should be. Is to look into it for themselves and really take a look and just look at it that way. And that's why I like the group of folks that I hang around, because everybody we don't always agree with each other, but we don't resort back to, calling somebody out. Although when we're having fun on like comedy nights and roasting somebody or but throwing, and you know where I'm going with this. And throwing somebody out there, because we also enjoy having a good time, and it actually blows off a lot of steam, because as Yeah, as one of Wade's comments were on the side, it blows off a lot of steam where people have to have kind of a release, because it can become very, very frustrating, especially with everyday people you're dealing with. And my God, you want to see Zombie Nation go into any major city anywhere and just look around you. I mean, you can go in almost any country, major city, look around you. Everybody is like mind-numb freaking robots walking back, and you want to see Zombie Nation. That's it. You're looking at it. You're looking at it right in front of you. It doesn't mean that people are walking around with blood and ripped hands and all this garbage that Hollywood shows you. Look around you. They're mind-numbed robots. If something happened right in the center of them, they wouldn't even realize it. They would not even know what was going on, because they're too involved in whatever the hell they're doing on their phone or tablet, or shit that's going on. And of course, they could say the same about us, because we're sitting here on YouTube. But I'm not mind numb for anything. I could shut this MFO down in about 30 seconds, and I wouldn't think twice about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If I had to in a heartbeat, I'd have to go deal with real life. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
because I'll be right back.
Oh yeah. Actually, go ahead. Yeah, do your thing. That's really what it's all about. And there's no reason to get mad at somebody for still believing the globe. Just take a little time and say, well, based on what I know. Based on the circumference and math and equations at work. And I've watched a lot of different channels. I can guide a lot of people to some of them to just go back and watch, because these are some people that actually do have degrees in, whether it's engineering of any kind or going for PhDs and degrees. These folks really know the math a lot better than myself, and the physics a lot better than myself and everything. And now these people that I know, that I consider them friends, and talk, chat back and forth in their open chats and stuff, or leave emails, they're starting to really question. And that's what the whole thing is about. It's about questioning. And, that's the biggest thing. Why would you kick somebody when they're down? Somebody comes around and they're like, hey, I don't believe it's this way. Well, all of a sudden you get into some kind of a fight, and it becomes a fight against this or that, or this or that, or this or that. And that's where the whole that's where the information gets lost, and that's the worst thing you can do. The best thing to do is take your time and throw a helping hand. And hey, maybe I'm not correct, maybe you're not correct, or I've got some things that I've been thinking about. Of course, that's why I titled this Flat Earth Model Maybe, with a question mark, just to put it out there. Hopefully a lot of people watch, and throw some comments in there. Just be respectful with the comments and that sort of thing. I'll take a look at them as soon as I see them, because it does take a little bit for them to pop up and all that kind of stuff. But who knows? Who knows exactly when we are, what year it is. I mean, you can, so, excuse me, I do have some friends that know the Bible inside and out, and will go backwards, forwards, and whew, they know. It takes me like a couple of minutes to find what the heck they're talking about, and I'm like, slow down, let me get to the page. But they these people really know. I still have some issue with that because of the way it was written, and written by men, and possibly not dictated as much as we believe. And there's different versions and everything. In fact, I know Brian's off right at the moment, but when he comes back, we were thinking about doing an open chat on the different versions of a Bible. Personally, I have 5 different versions. All 5 say 5 different things on the same thing that you would call out. and possibly, and I don't know if maybe Jimmy's listening out there, something like that. I was going to maybe throw the idea to him too. But I know he's got another interview coming up, and he's doing something else. So obviously, I'll catch up with Jimmy another time because he had something that was very interesting to me, which I'm wanting him to be part of this. And if you're in the audience or out there in chat or something like that, obviously we'll chat soon. And like I said, I know he's getting ready for a big up and coming thing that he's got going on. So that'll be cool. Sounds cool. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I read the wrong thing. Hold on. Flat Earth, help me answer. I am not sure. I don't know. I would love to hear. Flat Earth, help me answer with the Deborah Taggart before. Actually, you know, it just brought something to mind. Martin Leakey, Flat Earth UK. Martin actually did a Q&A, and I'm not sure how it went. I haven't seen Martin's video yet. I do know earlier today I had seen him, and he was chatting about it. And I think it was something similar, Gerald, that you were speaking about or texting about, pardon me. And I don't know if it was one word answers, or if it was a Q&A of a question and a spelled out answer. I'm not sure, but Martin Leakey would be a good one for that. And I think Martin would welcome, you know, obviously the input and stuff like that. He does countless hours of videos and Q&As and stuff like that. And for everybody listening, what I will say is I am very depressed because growing up as a kid, I loved Star Wars and I was hoping for the lightsaber thing and all that kind of stuff. And I'm very disappointed. So, and yes, I am definitely a flat earther by the quote unquote, you know, if you want to tag somebody that way, that's fine. That's not a problem. But I'm a little depressed because some of the things were really cool as a kid growing up, and you're like, wow, that'll be awesome and cool and everything else. And then you really learn the truth and you're like, oh, damn. And kind of throw your hands in the air and, you know, that sort of thing. You know, boy. And I think that's where a lot of people were at. Someone else. Someone else actually did a video about the 5, and I'm going to butcher this, and I do apologize in advance. They did something about the like 5 phases of what you go through when you find out, and looking at you know, talking to family or talking to friends, or where do you start, and you know, that sort of thing. And I cannot remember who actually put that out. I did watch that several months ago, and it was a pretty decently done video, and it kind of helps you kind of walk through it a little bit, because there are so many people where you come out and somebody who might have been your friend for an awfully long time looks at you and says, "What are you, nuts?" Well, people that I've known through my entire life, and I'm 49, so I'm not the youngest folk in the room here. Certainly not the oldest either. But I will tell you that some of those people that you've known an awfully long time look at you and say you're nuts. I've been getting that for a long time, and this is since I was a kid. So for me, it doesn't. It bounces off a little bit easier for me than some other ones. Okay, Wade, thank you for that, actually. And as long as I don't lose it here. Got it. Thank you, Wade, for that. I will check that out. Ooh, excuse me. I will check that out. And by the way, for those in chat and stuff, I don't copy and paste because I do the old school method. I either do it via tablet, I write something down, I do it via sticky note or something like that, because then I have it, and there's no reason for it to be in the cloud or here or anywhere else. And I'll go look certain things up. Excuse me, when I have a chance. So I do appreciate that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. That wasn't you.
I know that.
Okay. hit that cogwheel again, will you? Perspective. Yeah, that's again, and I'm watching the guys in chat, obviously, and Brian, you're in the background. I know what you know. You know what I'm saying. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah, there are some differences there, because as in the earlier part of our live chat here, Brian and I actually did a presentation of, being round, but also the distance would change depending on where you are. Very simply, the sun over my head, summertime, well, it's a lot closer, so it wouldn't be that distance. The sun in the winter, way down on the horizon, would be something totally different. So I think it's important to be careful as far as miles go, because I think most would agree that it's all different based on what time of year it is, actually. Yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah. And Gerald's out there. There is a time delay of like 20 seconds. Well, it could be anything. I'm not sure the time delay because I'm not actually out. I'm watching the scroll chat, which is coming up instant. But the Hangout going to YouTube, it does take a little bit. So if Gerald wants to throw something out there, that'll be fine. And yeah, there's no, Richard. Oh, Richard's out there. I was wondering because I see him. Okay. Well, yeah. Let Gerald throw his idea out there. It's honestly, yeah. And if it's and again, bear with us here because the delay obviously is going to take a little bit to answer. Even though I'm seeing it instantaneously, it might take a little bit to answer. So as I'm reading it, you're seeing it seconds after, possibly a minute after. So as the sun gets farther away, obviously it looks closer to the horizon. Well, yes, it's a matter of perspective, and perspective as the naked eye would see yeah, can be different based on eyesight. Of course, some people wear glasses. Could be based on many different things, but actually no. However, I in my heart believe the sun in the summertime is a lot closer to me than it is in the winter. Now, would I like it to be closer all year round? Yeah, I'm thinking of moving to the equator because apparently it's very warm down there all year round. And I'm getting tired of the cold, people. And then put the link. Yeah, well, yeah, I think we just went over that one. Check it out. Trying to connect everything happening. Yeah, that's that's actually a excuse me. That's actually something too because trying to connect so many things that are happening and putting it into one thing. And I think what's important too is each and every one has to, including myself, and I put myself in the forefront of this, remain a little bit calmer because there are so many good questions because everyone woke up a very short time ago and it's one of many things that are going on and not to get overwhelmed or bombarded, which I have unfortunately been jumping out there a little bit in front of. Put it this way: my mouth is running twice as fast as my brain. So I will try to hold back a little bit more and yeah, just try to address this as much as I personally can, and just kind of take it from there. Like I said, I'm not the sharpest one. The good thing is, though, I know Brian's busy and he don't unmute. Just stay. Brian's doing something right now. There's a good chance that between the two of us and several of our friends that we know that we've been hanging around for a bit here, if there's a question, we can try to get it answered, possibly through them, and maybe have it on the next live hangout or something like that. Really small little kind of this distance. So it appears at the horizon. This distance 300 to 3,000 miles. That's kind of funny because I know vanishing point is not that far, especially with the human eye. So the sun at its size, obviously we see it. You shouldn't look directly at it because then you walk around and bump into walls because you got the spots in your eyes because you shouldn't be looking at the sun unless you got a welder's helmet or something. How close? Yeah, it could. That's possibly it. It could be, and I'm reading it very quickly, but also, interpreting it very quickly. And yeah, it could look. Summertime, it could be 400. Wintertime, it could be 3,000. It could be, 3,000 miles worth of travel or something like that. And again, I'm not sure. I am quite sure that they're not going to share or tell us. So it's up to everyone to, kind of take a crack at it, and we'll get as close as we can. It's kind of a shame because if I knew the answer, I would share it with everybody. I don't know why it's being kept a secret, except to be kept to the point where everybody's underneath somebody else's thumb to be a slave because, hey, I know it and you don't. And that, I was brought up a certain way, and I'm here to tell you that's wrong. Well, honestly, I don't know. I would say, I've always referenced too. I would reference Wile E. Coyote sitting on an Acme rocket, lighting it, having him hold a tape measure, and I'll hold on to the end that says 0 and shooting his ass up to the sun or the moon and figuring it out. we don't have a tape measure that big, of course. It does make for a good debate and good back and forth. Okay. Well, actually, Gerald, if you have a picture and it's on your channel, I'm sure. Look, if it's on your channel, just let folks know. Not only in the chat, but just say it in there or post it or something. And what I can tell you is everybody likes the information, and if you've got something, just give them the link or something like that out there. It might not work because you don't have a wrench. At the same time, you can still put it out there. They can copy. And we have a link on my channel. Actually, Gerald, if it's on your channel, I'm sure some folks will go and take a look at it. So as long as it's on your channel and you say it is, I can tell you that more than likely within about 24 hours, you'll probably have some folks looking at it and probably have some comments on there. Just be nice. That's all. I mean, nice with the comments, of course. Poncho, yeah, no, that's. No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna present anything right now. That's not what we're here for. Nope. To answer that real quick, nope. Which is okay. No. If it's on Gerald's channel, he folks just go take a look over there and take a look at what it is. I'll be doing that. Obviously, I'm on a live hangout, so I'm not going to do it right now. No, Rich, I'm not showing anything. I've already gone through this before. I'm not showing anybody's anything. We're just here to present what Brian and I have come up with, and kind of the newer version after spending some time today going over it and redoing some things. That'll be another time, for putting different folks' picture up and stuff like that. But no, I'm certainly not going to do that. And I look, I know Poncho Pete, and that's definitely not Poncho Pete. I know of him. I've seen him in action. And Poncho Pete, if the real Poncho Pete is out there and wants to come on, I know he might be taking a little nap. I know that he pulled some hours on another channel arguing quite a bit. He's quite an excitable guy. Flat earther also, quite an excitable guy. But no, we don't want to turn this into everybody getting on each other and stuff like that. This was simply Brian and I just wanted to come on to present something that I was thinking about earlier today, and then grabbed Brian and I showed him, and I'm like,
can you hear me, Larry?
Oh yeah. Now I
Oh, okay. No, just making sure. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you were muted. I know you were busy doing a couple things.
Yep. Go ahead. I'm trying to multitask. I'm back a little bit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I got a pretty bad echo on your end. You came when you opened up. There we go. Whoops. Okay, Brian. Well, Brian's got the link. He'll be back in. He'll be back in. reading the side and everything else. Not that I'm looking for content. I can go on quite a bit about different things, but I do enjoy the chat and that sort of thing. There you are.
Yep.
Okay, let's try that.
I'm hoping it worked.
Wow, that's perfect.
Yeah, I totally got out and came back in.
Yeah, that's actually perfect. Yeah, I guess Gerald has some stuff to look at on perhaps his channel, and I'm sure some folks, if they haven't, they probably already went there and looked at. Obviously all the folks we hang around stuff. When you post something like that, they instantly. So they might not watch it right at the moment because they're involved in something, but I'm sure
we'll see it, and if it's good, we'll pass it around fast.
Exactly. And no matter, and I do want to say this, no matter if it's a ball, concave, flat, no matter what it is, just don't leave the dumbass comments and stuff like that. I've not been hit myself, although I've had a couple questionable ones. I've never deleted any comment left on anything, but just be nice about it. There's no reason. If you have nothing good to say, just hit the X and move on. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't sit there and try to belittle somebody for what they're trying to do or call them out on something which is really none of your personal business. It's that person's personal business, and just move on. It's really that simple. I don't understand why people don't get that sometimes.
It's that whole me thing I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Stretches on everything you do.
Yeah, I got that. And of course, being out in the public like we are, obviously we're subject to some criticism as well. And I understand that for both of us. But look, just be respectful. I mean, if somebody if somebody comes up with something before you do, it's not like don't get pissed at that person. Just be like, holy crap. And we've actually had some pretty good questions, actually. And I know Knowledge Scavenger, she was back, but I think really quick I read, because it was rolling pretty quick. So she might be listening, but I know she had something to do. And I know we wanted to get her ideas on a couple things. And I'm sure we'll be speaking with her shortly. I know Victoria was out there. She had something to do as well. And these very, very nice people, know the Bible inside and out and some different things. So it'd be nice to get their perspective on what they're thinking. Even though we don't all see eye to eye, it doesn't matter. We're still all friends and still all hang around together and stuff like that. So it's not about being correct, because think about it this way. If you were right about everything you knew, why in the hell would you be in this chat in the first place? Yeah, and that's a little bit humbling right there. And I have been humbled myself many a time over the year. And Brian knows we've spoken about this between each other. And I know I've spoken about it with the Gabby as well. Great guy, by the way. Talked about different things that are very humbling experiences. Have them all the time. Still have them, and still have to be maybe. Corrected once in a while by friends who say, hey, okay, let's just reset this thing a little bit. So it happens all the time.
Sometimes you have to.
Yeah, well, it's also people blowing off a little bit of steam too, because obviously things get very frustrating, and the thing is, that's why this is so great, because who do you talk to? Okay, you just found out that sliced bread was made this way, and
right?
Who do you tell?
I guess I got lucky. You got lucky too, okay, with your old lady, but I got lucky with mine too, in the same aspect that when I came forth and told her what I thought, she was right on the same page. She's been watching everything behind me,
Yeah. I have to say with Peaches, she was, and again, she is building up, you know, a little bit of her career and stuff, and trying to do her own thing. So she's watching. She does not say that much, and anybody who knows Peaches, including Brian, and we've talked offline,
Yeah.
even with Peaches, she does not talk too much. But boy, she's the motor's turning. She's really got this.
Yes.
Yeah, and she she's very supportive. Even if she comes out tomorrow and says, you know what, hon, it's definitely a ball, and I don't believe anything you're talking about. Personally, I don't think that'll happen. But if she did, that's fine. That's her opinion. It's like, why get pissed at someone? Yeah, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and have an argument? No. That you know what that. I just thought of something. Do you know what that argument will look like? This is perfect, especially for the people that are in their. Actually, this is perfect for anybody. Go back to the old cartoons and just watch Bugs and Daffy Duck argue about it's duck season, it's rabbit season, it's duck season, it's rabbit season. It's duck.
Right.
That would be the argument because there is no winner. There is none.
Yeah.
The same thing about fighting wars and all the other stupid shit we do to each other. It's just like, boy, you know, you just want to shake somebody and say, no, there is absolutely no winner. Go back, and not to reference an older movie, but however, go watch War Games way back, the 1984 version with the original one, not the newer one. Go back and watch the original one. The bottom line is, by the time the computer figures out, which is AI, figures out, which is what everybody should know, especially like with tic-tac-toe, there is no winner. There is no winner, and the object of the game is not to play. That is, boy, I might even change my freaking subtitle to say that, because it's right there. The best thing to do is not to play. By playing, you're giving everyone that kind of control and power to do all these types of different things, and then everybody gets pissed off. What's that?
War Game. With,
Matthew Broderick.
Yep.
Yeah, the original War Games. Yeah, 1984.
At the very end, the thing said the best move to make is not to play.
Yeah, because he went through all the games. He went through all the games.
Through all the scenarios. He went through everything.
That's precisely, and that's what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, and that's the entire thing in a nutshell. Think about the reference about that, a nutshell.
Yeah.
I just realized I said that. Oh crap! I know I'm going to catch slack for that one too. You know, to kind of look around and you know, you can go from, you can start anywhere. I mean, you can go with the presidential race crap that's going on with politics, or you can go with the banking shit that's going on, or you can go with this that's going on, or that. That's why so many people get so wrapped around one specific thing, and there are different rooms that criticize that, you know, based on what somebody's personal preference is and what they're doing, which that's wrong, but also what they believe in and ridiculing that, which that is wrong. And yet they'll go on and just, you know, maybe start talking about, you know, how great everything is. If they want to do that, I mean, that's up to them. I'm not going to judge them, but well, I'm going to sit back and watch the fireworks with a bag of popcorn, because this ought to be some great ass show.
Yeah.
You know, definitely. I need to take a little break. I've been going for a bit here, Brian. So go ahead and carry us for a few, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go do what you got to do. So I'm going to keep it silent the whole time. How you like that? Hold on one second. I'm typing really quick.
I'll be about 10 seconds, guys. All right, so where's everybody? I was gonna ask this earlier. Where is everybody from right about now? Not where they're from, but where are they at? That's what I'm trying to say. Looking at the chat right now. Okay, okay. I'm in Las Vegas, usually in Michigan. State New York. Yeah. Wow, we got people all over. Okay, okay, right on. All right, I gotta switch over. Give me a second, guys. My computer's dying. It's dying.
Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about the dead air time. Had to go do something real quick.
Not really. I just had to switch spots.
Switch who?
Yeah, I just had to switch spots.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good, good. Well, I came back and it was like I didn't hear anything. I'm like, okay, did we lose the contact?
Nope. It's just asking where everybody was from, and they started listing it. So we got people from all over, pretty much.
Good.
I'd say the USA and Canada. I'm not seeing anybody from Antarctica yet. I keep asking that, and nobody keeps popping up and saying Antarctica, and I'm really here.
Well,
I'm waiting.
well, that's what's funny. If anybody says, yeah, I'm in Antarctica. Well, what time is it there? It's every time because it's all the way around.
Exactly. Good point. Good point.
I just come up with it.
What about the North Pole then?
Huh?
What about the North Pole?
Well, we can't go there. Santa's there.
Well, I mean, what time would it be there though?
What time? I don't know. We'll go. Let's listen in. They're probably singing a jingle about Christmas time or some shit.
It would be exactly the same time as you said as the other one.
Well, it would be absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely correct. It would be every time.
Yeah. Millions, and there are millions of miles up.
What do you read? I'm not reading. What do you?
Oh, just the side chat real quick.
No, I see it. I didn't see what. You might have caught something before I did. I trying to read a little bit.
Oh yeah. Okay, General Sam, I'm hoping to catch the ISS soon. Cool, General, told you to see more.
Look for, soon you will understand they are not hundreds and thousands of miles up. LOL. Okay. Are they millions of miles up, he asks. Well, no, we don't think they're that far up at all.
No, actually, if Gerald actually wants to go back to the beginning of the video, or beginning of the broadcast that we did, there's no mileage on what we did because it is a little bit of a question mark. However, it is not. There are no millions and light years and.
Yeah, none of that.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's throw a little bone here. Let's throw a little bone, Brian, and just bear with me a second. Brian knows where he knows where I'm going with this. If we can have pictures of Juniper from the Juno ceiling fan satellite, which are, from what they say, CGI renderings and crystal clear, why can you not stop?
Sorry.
You don't. Yeah, stop. Yeah, don't, please. Why can they not get high enough to have one shot of the blue marble? Because it has changed. If you go and look and research blue marble, research Earth photographs and stuff, it changes all the time. And it changes to the point where, and there was and it's a trick question because obviously it's not that far away, and I don't mean to call somebody out, but they're not millions of miles. It's very close, and there's a show smarter than a fifth grader, and I think we all know who the show is with and everything else. And the same thing can be said because they're just so honest, and they will just look at, oh, do these jeans make me look fat? Yeah. Would a guy ever say to a girl? No. But they're just so honest. So some of these things are just so absolutely ridiculous when you take the time to look at them.
Well, for instance, hold on. That's why I started laughing. I wasn't trying to take away your mojo on that one. I was laughing because you said something that the way they put it, and they said CGI, actual CGI, and then you said something along like genuine CGI, something like that, but it's the same way they put it. But if it's genuine CGI, it's telling you it's genuinely fake.
Yeah.
So that's why I laughed. That's why I laughed.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. Good. Yeah. It's genuine. Because for those that know me, genuine versus original versus copy and stuff like that. That means something with signatures. So So when I actually place that in there, it's absolutely what Brian's talking about. And everything on there. As a matter of fact, if you go back and check out the Juniper stuff and all the photographs, it'll tell you on there it's a CGI, computer generated image of what they believe is going. I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. Okay, hold on. I'll do you one better.
Artist rendering.
Yeah. No, I'll do you one better. The ceiling fan is going around, and the ceiling fan is taking the pictures. Well, where the hell's the camera guy at? Is he on the outside hanging on, shooting the picture?
You mean of the fan?
Yeah, of the fan.
Right.
Of the fan. Think of a Hollywood movie. It's like, okay, oh my goodness, that person is getting massacred by that killer bear that is. Well, I'm like, well, it's in front of the freaking camera guy. What do you think he's doing there? There's a whole crew of everybody. Come on. Look a little bit outside the box. A little bit further than outside the box, and use some common sense. And I think
look for that fourth wall.
Yeah, and just really, and I hate to use that terminology with that wall thing, but and we've spoken about that.
Yeah,
we But definitely look outside the box and look around a little bit, because it's like, oh my goodness, wow, look at this. Freddy Krueger's doing this and this movie and that movie and everything else. Well, yeah, but the camera guy's right there. I mean, the whole crew's right there. It's a scene. Come on, you know. But it's good. It's good entertainment, and I give them that. They've been entertaining me for a long time until I woke the hell up. I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah, it's right there. I think I'll come out there. Thank you.
They've got what? No, I'm catching up here. One shot. Well, you can perhaps take a shot of one of the so-called planets, and I was very disappointed to learn not that long ago that Pluto was not a planet anymore. It was some kind of ice chunk on somebody's, I don't know, whiskey sour or some frickin' thing. And they redid that whole thing, but that's why some of the model that we're coming up with, the planets and everything are right there. They're all different colors, shapes, sizes, everything else. And some of them, think of it this way. You got 5 diamonds on the beach, right? You got grains of sand. Well, obviously they're going to look different. So they're going to look different as you look at them through a telescope. Same damn thing.
Right. And yes, all that can be manipulated. Companies are specialized in it.
Exactly.
Just to make a reference off of the YouTube chat.
Yeah. And actually, I don't mean to be mean. Gerald is out there, and who knows? Gerald could be somebody that is very versed and just kind of playing the devil's advocate a little bit, or possibly doing something else out there. But there's no. Have I downloaded
the photo? Down? Okay. Sam, some of the photos that they give out, they'll admit they are artist rendering. Mm-hmm. They will admit they are CGI. You will not find one Jupiter that the way they show it on film looking like that. Film from here. Film from even those big telescopes they got on the mountains. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Yeah. They're saying that they got a satellite out there. They're taking these pictures and then they put all these instruments together and then they make a rendering of the planet. That's what they're claiming. So there's no such thing as them taking a picture of it, because there is no picture. If there even was a satellite. But I'm getting at on both sides of it. Even if there was, there would be no picture. Even though it'd be,
Hold on.
Even though there.
Hold on. No, that could be. Can you hear me?
Yep.
You hear that? Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I have the download from Juno, the pictures of Jupiter. Actually, on the outside it says IKEA ceiling fan. Okay, page 1. How to install the fan and its features. Let's see here. Page 2. Oh, wait a minute. There's a lot of footnotes. We don't have time to go over all this. Basically, it's a ceiling. Well, it was on sale though. I think didn't Dr. Fasnarzi say it was on sale for $399.95 or something?
39, I think. 39.
39. Oh, it's been discounted. Okay. Well,
so I went and looked when we were talking about it. I went and looked, and that's how much they want for that.
I didn't get the coupon. I didn't get the coupon on the ceiling fan, but if you're going to say that they've actually sent something out there when they can't even show us the flag that's on the moon, which is as we were saying earlier, which is very close. They can't even do that. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. That's like, yeah. I got this. I got this bridge to sell you. Yeah, it's in Brooklyn. It's in Brooklyn. Yeah, it's a Brooklyn bridge. I'm gonna sell you a piece of it. But it's all right. We're gonna put your name on the side. We're gonna put your name on the side. It's gonna be engraved in there. We'll make you real proud. you know, people for years will be able to come by and see it. Of course, they have to be in a boat 6 feet underwater to be able to read your name because we buried it in the bottom. Yeah, I've already heard all this stuff. No, sorry.
Oh, I didn't put ceiling in there. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And actually obviously a bunch of folks are out there too. I see Chris is still out there too, so he's kind of talking. Silver Wolf is out there. That's good, Silver Wolf. Yeah. And who knows? Gerald's kind of, you know, just out there, you know, just doing his thing. No reason to hate though, you know, just you know, people have their own, their own things to do.
Ceiling fan, ceiling fan, ceiling fan.
What are you, looking up a ceiling fan?
Believe it or not, yeah. I got the same.
You're actually
Yes,
looking
I
up
am.
Oh God, you're actually looking up a three thing ceiling fan. Oh, that's funny as hell. See, I wasn't gonna
before. I just gotta find it again. That's all.
Okay, all right. No, that's no. Do your thing. I just wanted to make kind of a ha-ha about it. You know, it's kind of a funny thing, but nah. If anybody believes that, you would actually have to question them. I mean, more than people question you about, you know, being flat Earth. What do you mean? What do you mean the lake is flat? But yet they'll sit there and watch for 52 hours about juniper or something like that and be like, oh my God, that is so real. Really?
You know.
Jeez. That's
something like this is real. And does that look real to you?
Oh yeah.
That's pretty much that's pretty much a mock-up of what they say it is. It's not. It's a fan, but what I'm getting at is they're trying to say that it pretty much looks like this.
It's a 3-paddle fan, and I like the one with the NASA thing. That's pretty cute. It's got the whole little satellite. Can you get DirecTV on that thing?
I think so. I believe so. I believe so.
I see a little star up there. I see. Oh, that's Earth 2.0 in the background.
Yeah, that is.
Oh no, that's a moon. I'm sorry. Nope, it's the moon. Apparently we got. Yeah, apparently there's rock. It's amazing because that entire big ass rocket, don't they break apart and all they send up there is like the top part and the whole thing's still intact that far out? Yeah, exactly.
That's left over.
Exactly. Yeah, apparently the firework didn't go off like they planned or something because it's out there by the fan, the Juno fan.
Now remember, they got trillions and trillions of these things floating through this space. If they got hundreds of thousands of satellites in space that nothing's happening to. They're not colliding into each other, nothing like that. They've figured out how to make these not hit each other at all ever.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I gotta say, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty, yeah, uh-huh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. I like the little ninja guy on the side. That was cute.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens when you pull off your pop screen. Isn't that what yours does?
Okay. I've only presented like 3 freaking times. I can't even do it again. So I don't know. Ninja guy, battleship guy. I have a ceiling fan, which is going to be my new emblem now.
Like when I go and look at, for instance, is that what you're talking about? This guy?
Oh, yeah. A little Hataki guy. Oh.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Move along, please. That's pretty good.
That's hilarious. I don't know what to say when people really think that.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not at that stage yet. So
Yeah.
let them learn. That's it. They gotta learn.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing. Although we sometimes and people jump, and I have jumped myself, and you know I don't want to jump on anybody about something like that. Just take your time, go look around for a bit. More than likely, because some of them when they ask specific questions about specific things. it's usually one of the people in the top that are actually trying to pull something out and kind of run your live chat with the side chat because they want you to go a certain direction, which I've noticed, which is funny because Brian can grab your URL in like seconds, and I think that's and they don't even know, like, you know, they'll be sitting there and all of a sudden their computer will show like I don't know, like ceiling fan images or something, and you won't even know what's going on. It's great.
It's hilarious what you can do with a computer. It really is.
Yeah. And if you just think Brian's connection is going bad for some reason or whatever, don't. I can tell you this: don't try them. But it is. But I do digress, and we move on. So, new subject. Do we have a new subject?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, dropped out for a second. Sorry.
Let's see. Do we have a new subject? It's been a good chat. It's actually been really cool. Everybody's been nice, and even though obviously, side chat.
Okay. I didn't see what this was, but it said Brian. But why can amateur astronomers have photos that look like NASA's but lower quality? They don't look like. Okay. If I do screen sharing real quick, let me see if I can get it going real quick. I can show you two images. One image is what they try to say comes out of the satellites, and then if I show you a different image that comes from our stuff that's here on Earth, well, however you want to put it, the difference is totally different. It's 100% different in quality, 100%. You're going to be able to, it looks, some of the planets look globular. Or they don't look like what you think. Now, yeah, I've seen Jupiter with its, they did a good job with Jupiter, however they did it. I'm not saying NASA or that, but before that, the creators, whatever they did make Jupiter and all that with the rings, not Jupiter. Yeah. Anyway, with rings on some of the planets, they did make it look pretty good. But if you really believe in that, we got up there and we went that far after the evidence that if you start looking, and it shows, we only went so far, and they started firing missiles up, and they could not break through whatever. If a missile can't go through, what makes you think we can do it? And then again last year, that scientist came out from NASA and stated that we have to learn how to get through the Van Allen belt, explaining that we've never been through there. Sorry, if we went to the moon, we've been through the Van Allen belt. So I'm sorry, that's what I gotta say about that. Sorry.
Yeah, with the Orion project and stuff, and putting it out there, and you got a young kid, and he's like, "Oh, we have to get through these deadly Van Allen belts and back and forth." Boy, that just blew the whole freaking. I mean, they basically came out and said, "Listen, here's a bowl of Cheerios, and I've urinated in those Cheerios, but don't worry about that. You go ahead and eat it."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not to be disgusting or anything. I just, I get a little punchy sometimes and just put things very as a matter of fact. And, maybe sometimes I shouldn't do that.
Search there, and you'll start finding stuff ain't gonna add up. When that happens, you'll come to the same conclusion we did, and then all of a sudden you're gonna be looking it up, asking questions, and then next thing you know, your people find out the truth, and that's what happened to all of us. So I don't know. That's
yeah. And put some ideas out there, and that was the main focus of throwing up a live chat, which we're doing now.
Yep.
To go back,
yep.
Look at it, and leave some comments. Just be respectful when leaving comments, and say what you think, and listen. I hope I presented it correctly as best I can. present it with help from Brian and jumping in a couple of times and just kind of presenting what could be happening. Nobody knows this for a fact. The thing is, when a lot of people go looking around, they ask you as if, okay, well, what about this? Well, what are you asking me for? I got here like 4 minutes ago. I'm presenting an idea, or with Brian's help, presenting ideas and stuff that we're just kind of looking into. I mean, this has been going on for a long time, so there's a lot of stuff that cannot be answered just yet. But my answer to them would be is do some research, and some people that have been around for an awfully long time have way more knowledge and have been doing this longer than me that can easily put up what they think or something. I just decided to put it out there because you know what? It's like, hey, this is what I'm thinking. Let's get it out there. We even spoke before we started this chat. Actually, Brian and I spoke about this. He's like, you want to put this out? I said, yeah, I want to put it out right now. I said, you know what? Roll or go. It's a gambler expression, and I play more of the one-armed bandit, which I'm like the grandma playing the slot machine. Brian's a poker guy, and I use that term, and I'm like, you know what? Screw this. We're going right now. We're going to do this, and we're going to put it out and see. Yeah, exactly, and see what kind of feedback. And I got to say, even though there have been some people on the side, and we've mentioned many names that have been a little bit of Debbie Doubters out there asking some questions, which are probably seasoned.
And they got to remember too, this is just the beginning. We threw an idea up there, and now we're trying to improve on it.
Yes,
that's how they have to look at it. You can't just criticize. We're throwing an idea, and we're trying to get input and go from there. So criticizing really doesn't help because it does nothing on either part. It's a mute point at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Moot.
And also don't forget that who brought it up? I'm not sure who brought it up, but I don't know. Infiltrators hired and you just use that term for right now. Infiltrators hired 100,000 people to go out there and start, trolling and doing everything else. And I got to say, if some of the people on the side are trolling, and very well could be, you're actually very polite, and it's fine. And you have you're just asking some simple questions and stuff like that, which is why the chats that we normally do present some evidence. Normally, nobody gets the wrench, unless they're a little bit too far out of line, of course. That has happened before, and I've even
we really haven't had to use that often. As long as everybody's doing the right thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think I talked over you there.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm getting ready to walk up and see how Dad's doing real quick.
Okay.
It's on you.
Great. Why hasn't anybody answered? I mean, you sent out the invitations to a bunch, and nobody's actually jumping aboard. And he has left the building.
Actually, no, real quick. I think I seen some people.
Whoops. Something happened.
Normally they come on. Yeah, but what I'm getting at is I think normally they come on really good later on, which is about 9 my time, or between 6 and 9. I'd say they'd be coming on now. Right about now. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay. Nope, sounds good. Don't know who you are talking about. I have no clue over here. Yeah, but you know what, Gerald? The nice thing is that everybody's being polite, and that's what counts. That's what counts. You got be polite. I mean, obviously hey, I was a Glober a year ago, just a little over a year ago, just short of a year ago. So I understand, but the point is that everyone is being nice and being pleasant, and we're answering questions. A lot of the open chats you go to, they really don't. Well, some. Let me rephrase that. A lot of the chats that you go to, especially the live ones, do not reference folks in chat. And I think, in just my opinion, I like to reference people and folks that are in chat, because some, and of course, you can look by the viewers and it changes, it goes up and down, and people get bored and don't want to listen to, okay, this guy again or something. And everybody understands that. But I think what's important to me is everybody out there, chatting with each other, joking around, having some jokes, and being around for quite some time. I think it's important to get their questions on a live chat, and throw in whatever they're asking a question of, even with the Globers, even with somebody, could be anyone. I mean, there's different people that some people just hate on, and they just go nuts when that person shows up. And it's like, whoa, all they're doing is chatting. Like, that's, the words on the side, the chat's not going to hurt you. just kind of let it go and let it roll and let it scroll, and soon it'll be gone. But I think it's important to get everybody involved. And I know there's not enough seats, and some folks have had trouble with throwing a live link out there and having chat shut down and stuff like that. So we tend to send links out to folks that we know and we've talked with before and stuff. No matter good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, we've been at odds before with different folks, myself included. Some people have been at odds with me too, and that's totally fine. It's absolutely fine. It's just part of who we are. It's just, in my opinion, it's normal. Just the reaction. I don't like to use the yin yang scenario, but it's a reaction. Depending on how somebody's acting, it's like a negative charge, and you get a positive charge, and negative and positive, which I kind of look at it that way anymore, which is a little bit funny when you think about it, because that's the moon and the sun, according to Tesla, are a negative positive charge, conducting electricity between them. Yeah, actually, Wade. Yeah, Wade's got a good point there. Not that everyone would have and be all the same. No, that is a good point. Thank you for that, because that's not the way to be. It's good to have different sides and different opinions about stuff like that. It's always a good thing when people carry it too far, which is they carry it too far. I'm sure anyone, and I'm not going to do this. I have the TV on behind me. I'm watching something else. A movie's playing. A movie that I enjoy watching. One of them, and it's playing in the background. And turn on the news, and just watch it. And the stuff on there is just, boy, it's a bunch of people acting like they should not be acting. And I know it's good to have different opposition and go that way, but boy, there are so many people that are just acting like a bunch of freaking morons. I don't want to say anything graphic or anything, of course. Even though it is 18 plus, and I did rate it that way, and it is tagged that way with the room, but I don't think we need to stoop to that. But I think everyone can agree that the way some folks are acting anymore are just, boy, it's just insulting to their own intelligence. Like, that's the best thing you can come up with. Like, that is the best thing you came up with. Like, just calling names and sitting there for 5 minutes and spitting on somebody or just ridiculous. And I'm not saying either side, including law enforcement, anybody else, because the law enforcement are being paid and they have to do what they're being told because they're programmed to do a certain thing. I do believe deep down they know something is wrong. They, and I keep using the term they, and people that have been around me long enough know when I use that term they really know something's going on. So as we all move forward, everyone moves forward individually and not everybody agreeing, we can all agree that some of the stuff we are watching is totally wrong and just like off the shelf, like how some people are acting should be ashamed. Okay. Actually, I know there's a little delay. Gerald's heading up there. Yep. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Check some stuff out later on. Once you get back, and Wade's got up there with me. And Silver, I know you're out there too. Hollow, I know is out there. Yeah, that's we went over this. Unfortunately, a couple nights ago, the same thing where ego was involved with what I had presented, but the way that it was talked about with me was not an ego thing. It was more of a personal thing, and I have not had the chance to talk to everybody that was there. So when I get a chance to do that, I'm sure everything will be fine. It wasn't. It was not an ego thing. It was something different, which I have not actually spoken to those folks about. But I certainly will. I certainly will. Obviously, we're all, we're all friends and stuff, and I will definitely get back to them. Brian certainly knows what I'm talking about.
But I didn't hear anything, but it's all right. I probably do. What's up?
What's that?
I said, what's up? I just said it.
Oh, no. The thing came up about individuality and thinking for itself, and ego also came up, and I had brought up about the ego situation, which it wasn't ego.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yep. It was about a personal thing that I need to speak with those folks, and I haven't spoken with them yet. But even though I said it was about an ego thing, it really wasn't. It was about something else, not the ego.
Yep. And that will be addressed or talked about another time. Yeah, if we decide to, or you decide to, you know what I mean.
So. Apparently Peaches is home, and she
say hello to Peaches.
And she's been home the entire time.
I knew she was listening. I knew it. I knew it. She's like my wife. She says they're sneaky. She'll listen to everything I'm doing, and then I come and say, you know what? I think the Earth is flat, and she says, you know what? I think you're right. I've been there the whole time, listening to everything you were doing. So tell her I said hello.
Well, she can hear you. She's standing right here.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I'm gonna go get changed now.
Yeah, she's gonna change and grab her laptop, and she made some bread at the store she works at, and fresh bread. So we got fresh bread and everything.
Wait, I wonder if I can.
I feel that I'm gonna get.
I wonder if I can do this.
I told you I was going to eat it.
Darn it, it doesn't work. Oh, it does. It did.
Yeah, of course it works, but I got the sticky notes over the top. You can't see crap.
Damn it. Well, I was saying it out loud so you could hear, but I was trying to see if I could do it. I was trying to see if I could do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I said, I'm the kind of guy in the game. You have to go to the edge or go do this and go do that. I'll jump in the water if you can and swim out until they. I can't go that far. That's just, I try to see my limits.
Yeah, we actually had this discussion off air actually too. It was pretty funny with different games.
Yeah.
Yes. And no need to name games and stuff, but yeah, as far as you can push the game limit to and figure something out, in the game besides what you're actually playing, and you know what, that's a good point because. And by the way, the bread is really good. The thing is with looking at something, it's like taking that selfie, and somebody will take a selfie. And I know some gorgeous women. Let me tell you, some model women, and they'll take a selfie. They'll take a selfie, and I'll mention, wow, that's a pretty cool looking kitchen you got in the background. And why don't you do your laundry because the basket's on the floor, instead of mentioning their picture or something? Boy, they get pissed at me.
Oh yeah, because the selfies. Yeah, because a selfie is supposed to be a selfie.
But yeah. And meanwhile, I'm looking at everything around, the environment around the selfie or the background or somebody in the background or going on.
The Mustang of that car in that video. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Except if you're driving a Dodge truck, then I don't give a crap. I don't look at your pictures.
Yeah, then you don't see the Dodge truck at all.
Yeah, and that's boy. I went a long time without saying Dodge truck, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did. Okay, so PM me, Larry. Is that like I'll see in the AM or PM or PM me? PM me like private. Yeah, I know what it meant. I was just messing.
Oh.
AM me, PM me, ACDC me.
I can barely run a chat. You want me to PM you? I might shut down like the electrical grid on the East Coast doing something like that.
He's not kidding.
No, I'm not. Brian knows I'm not kidding. I got to be walked through all this stuff. But I will certainly try. Excuse me, I shouldn't be eating and talking at the same time. But the bread was good, and well, some of it. She brought a big like a hoagie style roll, and she said, "Oh, look and feel this." And I'm like, "Well, if you're going to hand it to me," and I just ripped the end off and I started eating it. So yeah, that's how I kind of roll. She was happy though. She doesn't get mad or anything. I'm sorry. I wasn't.
No offense, guys. Go ahead, Larry.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't see if there were any more questions or anything like that. But
no, go ahead and eat. Go ahead and eat.
Oh, I'm done. No. That went down. Listen, that went down quick, man. I'm good for another couple hours. Let's go, man. Let's do this. I'm not sure what we're doing, but let's do so. I have to do something, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
It sounded cool. Didn't that sound cool? You're trying to impress a lady friend or something like that. You're like, yeah, let's do this. And you're like, okay, where do we go? Oh, crap. I don't know. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Oh, yeah. That's how they start too, really. That's how it goes.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, guys, that's a trick question. Do not answer that question. Just jump in the car and try to go somewhere and try to make them happy, because they will not decide where the hell they want to date. There is no decision. You cannot win that conversation. Absolutely not.
There's loaded questions you should not answer. If you do, be prepared.
Well, she has smart ass. Yeah. Well, yes. See, a smart ass like me, and I'm more of, boy, I hate to say I'm a veteran of the 80s. I'm a little more of a veteran. And what I can say is, as long as you've got, a pretty good arsenal of answers, you'll be okay. Because I get pissed off at none. I could also get a none to laugh. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. However, we got stuff to do here. We got people watching. Obviously, the viewers kind of fell off. Surprising. I thought more would jump on, but I guess somebody else is running the chat too. I'm sure they are.
Here, let me check. I'll check.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody else.
Yeah, it's okay. I think people are starting to jump off here and there. It's Tuesday. You know what I mean? So it's not going to be unless it was scheduled and people know you're going to be on at a certain time all the time. It's a hit and miss. At least that's what I find.
Yeah, which is fine. I know, and people have obviously work and stuff to do and everything else. And I'm only kidding. We'll be on for a little bit, and then we'll probably. Is this thing still on? Knowledge Scavenger, I see you.
There we go. Flat Earth, I can't even say the word right now.
What?
That same guy that started his.
Yeah.
It ain't even showing any users. He's been empty for it seems like hours now.
You mean he's running somebody's running a live chat and it's empty?
Yes.
That's strange.
It's been empty for however long now.
All right. Well, we'll go for a little bit. Obviously, because some people would rather have a decent conversation and a little back and forth as opposed to going somewhere and having all the other stuff going on. So we'll stay for a bit.
Yep. I don't mind a little bit longer.
Yeah. No. We're good. Russell Blaylock wasn't Blaylock? Wasn't that surgeon that worked in Johns Hopkins, which was the first boy, what was the name of that movie? Which I didn't know until I saw the movie and researched into it. But
wait, describe the movie real quick.
Blaylock actually had an assistant, and the assistant was a colored gentleman who actually helped him assist in bypass surgery for infants and that sort of thing, and did the open heart surgery, which.
Wow! Oh man, give me a second. Wow.
Yeah, help me out. What was the name? Because Blaylock just hit the Blaylock was the surgeon who was, the PhD there, but his assistant who did not have a degree of any kind, and who actually performed and then perfected it, and can't remember his name, but
I can't remember.
But somebody's out there, I'm sure somebody's out there pulling and chatting it up and pulling up the names and stuff like that. But it was Blaylock, who worked for Johns Hopkins University, which is over here on the East Coast. And matter of fact, I think it's in Philly. Isn't Johns Hopkins in Philadelphia? I believe it is.
The Institute?
They're all now they're all over the place because John.
That's what I mean. And there's a lot of Johns Hopkins. There is a college, and that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, it's actually the college where he interned with while he was underneath Blaylock, and then figured out. As a matter of fact, what was it? It was that they did it in animals first, and they did something with the stent, and the stent actually kept the artery open long enough that they can reconnect it, and then remove the stent. And he had made all the tools himself and everything. I can't. What is?
Oh, right on.
Even that. And you know what? all of a sudden it'll like be bang. It'll be right there. So I apologize. We'll get back to that on on that particular one. I didn't mean to sidetrack, but I just saw what Wade kind of threw out there, so I went on a little bit of a tangent. And actually, now Scavenger's out there too. Which is
Is she getting ready for bed, or does she want to come on?
Oh no! Whoops! Oh, I didn't. Oh no! Whoops! Whoop! Apparently, she said, "Oh no, you didn't." Uh-oh. What? Wait a minute. Did I do something?
Probably not you.
Oh, where's JJ been all day? Jibby Jedi. Yeah, I don't know where Jibby is. I sent him a message yesterday. He did his quick trailer. Haven't seen him yet for a bit, but I do know that he may be doing some research. I believe him and he and Flat Earth Math are going to do something, or maybe they recorded it today to be put out to. No, actually, it's going to be live on Thursday. Right? It's going to be live.
Keep them in here. I think my internet's starting to drop. I got to get my things on my Wi-Fi going.
Actually, Brian, do me a favor. Throw the link over to Peaches because she's sitting here, and by the time you do, yeah,
That'll work.
Yeah. And yeah, just go ahead and throw the link, and then she'll jump on, and I'll just keep talking about absolutely nothing while you're gone.
Oh, whoa, wait, what was that all about?
What's up?
Nothing. There's some weird just happened. It's okay. It just
Oh, all right.
for a second. All right, there. Facebook.
Okay. All right. She's got it. Yep. All right. There she is. She's on. Yep. You got the Facebook one? Okay. Up. She's loading up. So if you need to,
Okay.
yeah, if you need to.
I'm gonna switch over. Okay. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and switch over and stuff, and she'll be in a second. And, yeah, knowledge is out there. If Paula needs a link or something, she can certainly join in. Just give us everybody bear with us a few minutes while we kind of hit the reset gear here.
Knowledge, I just sent you a link through the Google, blah, blah, blah. You got it. She'll see it. Okay. Be right back.
Okay, good. Okay, yep. See you in a few. Oops. Okay. That's no, that's okay. And I know obviously Paul's busy too, so she can only stay for a few. That'd be fine. Be glad to have her, of course. And obviously we all know there's a delay, so. Oh, hey, there she is.
Yeah, kind of sleepy, but better late than never, I guess, huh?
Oh yeah. Well, I actually I watched. I had your window open all day as Robert actually did a presentation also. So I was back and forth watching his, watching yours, and you ran for a while, so I can imagine that you're tired. You went for quite a bit actually.
Yeah, I didn't expect that to happen. I just kind of did it on the spur of the moment. There was nothing running at the time, and so I said, well, you know what, I'll fire one up, and it kind of got going after a while, and when we had a good time.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I watched and caught different parts of it. Actually, after watching you, and I didn't really chat too much, or even I wasn't on all day, and I started up later on. But I was watching some of what you were doing, and the black and white with the hollow thing. That was pretty cool. And I was back and forth and switching, and I was watching what Robert was doing, and with the diamond and everything else, and I kind of put a model together as I was flipping back and forth. I redid the model that I already had and redid it. And I actually, in the beginning of our live chat here, I went through it once and then went through it a second time when some more people joined. It was pretty cool. And I know Brian had a couple questions for you actually on that as well. And I know he just had, he'll be back in a minute or two. He had to just go do something.
Oh, okay.
I know he had a couple questions, and Victoria was out there before, and obviously it's a Tuesday night, and obviously everybody's got things to do in the morning and all that kind of stuff, getting a little bit late. So we don't want to keep you up too late. But Peaches did get home, and she had baked some bread at work, and I was like, "Was that Paula's recipe?" And she's like, "No, it's a corporate recipe that we use at the store." However, we are going to definitely use the recipe of yours and do that. So we just haven't had a chance to do it yet.
Well, it'd be nice to see how that comes out for you.
Yeah, actually, I know Peaches has your Gmail and stuff, so we could always send you like a little clip or something. So we'll definitely do that. But that was really good, because that way the ingredients and you know what's in what you're eating and everything, and I think that's very. I never used to think that way, but over the past year, I've really changed my mind on that and turned around. I don't eat as much anymore. I don't really need to, but when I do, I like to kind of keep the ingredients very simple, even though I do cheat once in a while. We did have Chinese food the other night, I know. But we did cheat here. We do cheat here and there, but I kind of like the natural cooking process and everything. So really appreciated that. That's really cool. So we will definitely be doing that.
All right.
Although I might be putting a very juicy hamburger in there or something, but the good news is that my friend who owns a farm next to me, he raises his own beef, his own cattle and everything else, and they're grazed in the field and all that kind of stuff, and several of them have been put on ice, let's say. And I know that when I need something that's somewhat fresh, or at least fresh frozen, which that's really not a term, of course, but something that I know where it's come from, can always do that. So it'll be a natural, the natural buns and stuff that you had presented with natural cow, and perhaps it'll be a hamburger, but don't hold it against me, because I still do like to eat the hamburger.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I was watching your the live presentation you were doing before. You held it for quite some time. That was great, and the different things. Even though I was back and forth, I thought it was good. I listened for segments of it, and then back and then forth, and well, you know how it goes, especially a couple people doing live stuff.
Yeah, I was hearing this one briefly for a little bit a while ago, and then I had to go do stuff, and then I came back, and then I kind of just listened for a while, and then had to do stuff again, and then I sat back down and said, I'll say hello, and even though I'm getting sleepy.
Okay. Well, I know, and obviously we don't want to keep you too long. As a matter of fact, we're not going to run too much longer. We're going to obviously just go for a little bit here and stuff. So definitely don't want to. But did you have a chance to look at what Brian and I kind of came up with in the beginning of the video?
I saw, just for a few minutes, I saw your whiteboard drawing. It looked much nicer than, a more detail than the one you had before. But that's why I posted that link. Remember, because it looked a lot like one I had seen a few years ago, and I found it and posted a link. And so what I was going to ask was, where the key differences are. And you said something about, I think you said about explaining how something worked. I didn't quite catch that.
I actually did not copy the link. I believe Brian actually did. So, because we'll obviously we'll check it out. But
Oh, okay.
but what I drew came only from watching some videos, seeing the biblical. Obviously, the Bible, speaks of the way it goes, and so just a flash in my head of that. This didn't come from any one particular thing whatsoever. This is something where we were just talking, and then all of a sudden it popped in my head, and I drew it, and it was live on his, and then it started to change. And as your show was running today with some different things you mentioned, and the other show, which was Robert with Planete's channel, was running, and I'll give Robert credit also. And the way, because he was like, okay, the diamonds are fixed, and the way it rolls around, and then I started putting it together, and I'm like, boy, if salt does react to sound vibration. So what if there's, the firmament has several layers, and the middle one is spinning, causing that sound, which actually has a reverb in the oceans, which actually creates the waves, which do hit the ocean, do hit the shore every, I think he said 13 to 15 seconds. And that's where we started, because if you have a reaction of a sound, salt reacts to sound. Fresh water does not, but it also reacts to wind and different things that are happening. And that's where I kind of started putting the idea together about perhaps it's spinning around with the North Star still facing up in the same spot, because there are all the diamonds sticking to that actual layer of the firmament inside a gassy state where the sun is, and they're stuck there, but they reverberate the reflection of the sun's light, because it bounces around inside that layer of the firmament, comes through, but it also rotates around, creating high and low tide. And you can go to any shore 24/7, and even though boats are going by, you can still hear waves hitting the beach constantly, and you can almost sit there with a stopwatch and time them. So that's kind of where we were going. It encompassed a bunch of different models. But we will go back and take a look, but I have not seen the one that you posted, but I do appreciate that you posted that, because I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty similar. They don't go into any detail on how it works. That's more of a Book of Enoch thing. But if I understand, I want to clarify which thing is moving. Is it just part of the firmament or the whole thing, are you saying?
Well, the part of, if I can describe it, we have an outside firmament, okay, which that's the unpenetrable part, if you will. Then you have the sun in a gas hydrogen section, let's say. Then you have another layer, okay. Then you have the water, okay, which is where the moon travels in, and on the inside of the the dome structure, obviously protecting us from everything. The stars would be in the outer layer, stuck to the actual middle, I guess you would say. The middle is the separation between the sun and the moon, which is actually a layer as well. That actually spins and spins on a 24-hour cycle, which is why the stars are always in the same spot all the time. It's like 3 salad bowls, one on top of the other, and the middle one's spinning and the other 2 stay stationary.
Oh, okay.
And the middle one is where the stars are actually affixed to permanently, and they could be diamonds or souls, or they could. And again, I do not know. However, that's what's spinning, and because it's spinning, and obviously the bowl goes all the way down to wherever, that's actually creating a vibration in the oceans, a sound vibration because of the movement. And that sound is actually what is affecting the sea, because the sea is salt water. And that affects the tides, which if it's spinning at a certain amount, the waves on the beach and so forth would never change because of the salt water reacting to the sound because of the salt in the water. And that's kind of where we were going with that.
Okay. Yeah, I still want to, like in the next show, I want to think of getting into electric universe theory too, because that is another thing to consider in all this, because we definitely know and can demonstrate in a lab certain electromagnetic properties and plasmas and all that, and that everything is going to be interacting and affecting which things, such as tides and all that. It would affect everything different depending on their properties. Not necessarily electromagnetic, but everything is. It's just that it's going to behave differently on different frequencies and charges and whatnot. So I didn't get a chance to go over to Roberts. I just couldn't do that today, and so I don't know exactly what he said about the diamonds, but I kind of heard that similar things before, and I just don't know. It's one of those things we can't test unless we put something way up there that, what are the odds of that happening? But
you're right. We are.
Yeah.
We can all agree on that one. Yeah, that's kind of a hard one. I understand.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that I think, I forget which chat I saw in, that we should probably concentrate more, not to say neglect it, but concentrate more on the things we can investigate. And there's an experiment I want to do with the moon that I'm hoping to do before next Monday's show. But I don't know if I can or not. I have to find some pieces, parts, and make it happen, and do some, take some videos and see what results I get. But I keep, I got to remember to write it down multiple places so I remember when I go to the store to look for stuff. But, because I always think of these things when I'm drifting off to sleep. It's like, oh crap, I didn't write that down.
The more, and again, over the last year, the more obviously something kind of like snaps you into it and you wake up more. But I've always done that too, just about when you're going to sleep, or you're like, oh, that's a great idea. And you just, and you should, so keep a note tablet and a pen or a pencil next to your bed and just jot it down real quickly before you go to sleep.
Yeah, I should do that, because I'm just crashing real hard right now. But yeah, I did a bunch of yard work today too this morning. I trimmed all the hedges, and it just, I'm getting old. That stuff is hard.
We're all getting up there. So
yeah, well, I think I'm the second oldest of all the people I know, some idea of their age. Ukdena has us all beat by a mile.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, look, and that's okay if you need to do obviously get some sleep and stuff, and you want to exit out. That's fine, and listen, that's totally fine. Brian will be back. I know that obviously we'll do something earlier, and I'm sure we'll all get together real soon, and then all hang out and grab some questions. But I do remember that Brian was asking earlier. He had a couple questions for you. I just don't know what they were, because we never went over them. He asked if you were still out there, and said he had a couple questions, and I said I don't. And I kind of, did obviously in the chat you're like, hey, Knowledge is still out there, and I didn't see anything, so you were probably doing something or whatever. But I'm sure he'll.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still waiting. All right, he just sent a quick He's going to ask. He's going to ask later. He's still kind of doing a reboot thing. So, if you need to, if you need to go to, I certainly don't want to keep you up there. So if you, just go get some sleep. Glad you stopped in. Glad you stopped in. I enjoyed your, what you presented today and stuff. And if anybody wants to check out, Paula's channel there, Knowledge Scavenger, please do. Even though, and again, I always say this, even though we don't see eye to eye, and that's okay, we are still friends, and we still definitely bounce and share ideas. And if there's a Bible question to ask, especially King James Version, ask Knowledge Scavenger. Boy, it takes me about 20 minutes to find it, and she will just rip it off, and I'm going to be sitting there thumbing through the pages. So definitely ask her. I am not the person. I am not the go-to on that in that particular situation. But you really do have the information there. So
well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And get some sleep. And I'm not going to keep you up any later or anything like that. But we'll definitely see you real soon.
Alrighty, yeah, I'd probably be busy in the morning again tomorrow, but there's usually not too much going on then anyway. It's kind of seems to be a pattern now that there's not a whole lot goes on in the morning, and that's good because I get my stuff done that I haven't been getting done for weeks because there's always a hangout, So.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of laid off the past couple of days and sat back and thought about it a little bit, and then redid what I did before. Then actually all the feedback I got helped an awful lot. So kind of made it what it's into. And Brian and I thought about it earlier today, and it's like, hey, what? And we were talking a good 45 minutes or something before we even went live, because he was like, yeah, okay. And obviously we all start amongst ourselves and kind of have a little pre thing going on, and then we start. And we also made sure that nobody else was really on that we know, because obviously we all don't want to be doing something all at the same time. We want us all to be kind of on the same chat together. So we didn't see any, so it started.
Yeah, and I noticed lately it seems that I won't get. I'll know that a chat's running. I'll have checked. Done a search on live topics, and then maybe an hour later I get the notice. If I get it at all. Sometimes I don't get any notice. Sometimes I get it really late. It's like, man, I don't know what's going on with Google, but half the time, if you sent me a link and I didn't get it, then that's why, because they're just not showing up half the time. I don't know what's the matter, but it's just not consistent.
Yeah, I've been noticing that myself, and you have sent either one or two notices about joining a live chat or something, and it's not my G+, but it'll shoot over to my other email, and I'll get it later, or maybe even the next morning, and it'll say, "Oh, it came through at such and time," and I'm like, "Oh, well, that's great. That was over like a day ago."
Yeah, and I don't know how many times I clicked on something that it decided to highlight, in that little list they give you in Gmail where you have your Hangouts, and it'll highlight one like there's a new message, and I'll click on it to join a chat or something, and it's like, no, this was yesterday's, or this was my chat. Why did it highlight it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's an algorithm of divide and conquer, which obviously goes on. So I just kind of go on, try to refresh as much as I can, and see what's live and what's not. Join in as much as I can and stuff, and that sort of thing.
I just wanted to make sure that sometimes, sometimes I am busy like today, but other times it's like I didn't get any notice or anything, so if links that you get put into the little Hangout calls, whatever they call them, they're
the little circle.
They're hit and miss. Yeah.
Little circle thing. Yeah. No. It's totally fine. And I know you were on for quite some time today too. So, I understand. I understand totally.
Yeah, and then you get pesky things, interruptions, like people want food or dishes done or something like that, you know.
Exactly. Tell them to wash their own dishes. What the heck?
That's right. Well, you know how it goes. Everybody's big.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Peaches does a lot of the cooking herself, and I do a lot of the washing. So it's all good. It's a back and forth type of thing, which is good.
Yeah.
Which it could be. You know, I don't mind doing the dishes.
Well, that's a good quality.
Well, you know, as an older guy too, I kind of know I know the situation. It's like, all right, now look, I'll also help, because it's about that. It's not about putting it on somebody else. It's about everybody pitching in type of thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, on just the one other thing I forgot to say about the model is I was kind of concerned to make sure nobody would do a copyright strike on you for a similar model, you know what I'm saying? Because that could be, yeah, if they thought it was too much the same, I don't know if you'd get in any trouble. I can just say that I'm not reporting anybody. I'm just wanted to share that link because it's a very similar model, although, like I said, they don't explain how it works or anything. It's just a description that you can get from the Bible that they think is the most accurate, you know, from what the verses say. And it is copyrighted, and I thought, you know what, I better post that because I don't want anybody get in trouble for it, you know.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I know everybody watches out for each other, and I do appreciate that. And I know Brian copied it, and obviously with, you know, I'm sure he'll take a look at it before I do, but just so that everyone knows, and I know it's still live chat and recorded and everything. It didn't come anywhere from anything that anyone has put in there. This totally came just from myself personally, and drawing it on the board.
But what I'm saying is that they would see, you know, it's like if two people invent the same thing in different places, you know, they may have both have original ideas, but if one person has a copyright before the other, they might have a problem with it just because they got there first, you know. And
yeah, I understand. Actually, that was I do remember. I know numbers pretty well, so I think it was back in 2014. Is that?
Yeah, that's the one I shared. Yeah, that's
Well, why hasn't it made any headway? And I just came up with this today.
Because I know I've heard some lectures of the guy who made that, who came up, you know, who studied the languages and got that model drawn up, and he does not believe in either the flat Earth or the 6-day creation. And I've heard him make the argument, and I think it's a decent one, that to be consistent, you have to believe in both or neither, depending on how you take the text. He does not believe in either. I believe in both. And so even though he doesn't believe the Earth is flat, he believes that's what the Bible portrays, and he just reinterprets it another way as non-literal. So that's how he deals with that. But so he's not saying it's a flat Earth map. He's just saying this is what the Bible describes.
Gotcha.
So,
hey, you know what? I'm gonna. And I apologize. I didn't mean to talk over you there. So go ahead if you finished.
No, I was just, like I said, I just wanted to make sure you know that they made that and that they copyrighted it and did it first. So there would have to be, I think, really significant, obvious differences in order to, if they chose to give you trouble. I don't know that they will, because they probably don't follow flat Earth stuff, I'm guessing. And it has been a couple of years, so.
We actually, when Brian and I first came up and started, I actually did a 2-minute interlude in his live chat, where I actually superseded a copyright of anybody on Google Hangouts, and they actually put copyright on his video for him because we've actually claimed the copyright on what we did. I think we'll be fine. But I would like to go back, maybe take a look at that and stuff. But
yeah, check it out, because like I said, I don't expect anybody to make a claim, but if they did, you need to be aware of that prior existing map. So yeah.
Yeah, we already covered that as soon as, because I realized how it could get, and instantly I threw my own copyright out there with Brian mentioned and myself also in that video. And when the video was all done and we were finished for the evening, as we all do, you go down
right.
everything. We actually claimed copyright on what we were doing and on the model and everything. And it was quite interesting because Google actually placed on his video copyright content on the video that we did with how I actually did the copyright claim. It was actually pretty interesting, and we had talked about that. So I think I think we'll be fine. Hey, I do have a question now.
Okay.
Before you go to bed. And I don't mean to keep you up. I'm sorry, because I obviously, and Paul and I have talked for hours, guys, about many different things. She's a very nice lady. So, there's always the argument about flat or concave, or whatever. Okay, think about it for a second. If somebody pulled the plug and the bathtub emptied. Okay, well, if you looked at it from the side, it would be concave because there's no water and there's a landmass that's up here, and all of a sudden the sides go down and it goes back up on the sides. It looks concave. So both arguments are the identical argument, except that one's filled with water and one's empty.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that concave Earth theory, though, as far as I remember it, is the same thing, because what they're saying is that the not just that the Earth is bowl-shaped and the water is flat in it. I think they're saying that the water actually curves down. But I might be mistaken about that. It's been a while since I looked at it. But in either case, I don't think, again, as I remember it, that it's quite the same thing as just a matter of how much water's in it. I think there's a lot more to their model than that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was just throwing it out there as a matter of, like a common sense, like,
right.
hey, it's flat, and if you drained it all, that'd be a concave. But guess what? It's flat because it's flat, and that's where the water is. It's just kind of a funny thing, because I just, and it's just my opinion. I think everybody's arguing those two things, but every one of those folks can get off the fact that it ain't round, in the sense of the land masses being round and water wrapped around and that sort of thing. That's right. All I was getting at. I had thought about that in the spur of the moment before in the conversation, and just kind of thrown it out there. And even Brian was like, wow, yeah, okay, all right. Well, yeah, that was really good. But there is absolutely no curve, definitely no curve.
No, but I don't see how the convex model would really work, because things would curve up at the edges, and that should be easily investigated. I mean, somewhere around the edge, somewhere you should be able to see things from farther away than you would normally see. You know what I'm saying? Because they'd be pointing toward you. Like looking at a wall from a long distance.
We were kind of looking into that. That was my and I want to let you go to bed, because I know you're tired. You did this for a lot today. I just wanted to kind of throw something out there and bring that note tablet by your bedside and write down some things, or before you're going to rest for tonight. I know you're tired. You sound tired as well. So I don't want to keep you, but that's similar things that we were talking about earlier today, and I just wanted to throw that past you. And actually, and obviously you can see side chat. Brian's having some Wi-Fi issues,
right?
So we'll bring it up tomorrow. Do you have something coming up you'd like to throw out there? I know you have something Monday coming up.
Well, Thursday the debate between Jibby and Flat Earth Math at 10 o'clock, and I may be on the panel not to talk, but just to watch the chat and tell them if there's a question. That would be all I'd be doing. I think it may also be Stefan might be on there doing the same thing, because they're going to start at 10, and I usually go to bed around midnight, so I wouldn't be able to stay for the whole thing anyway. So other than that, Monday at 1, I think, again, we're going to do our next episode of The Flat Pill, and I'll be hosting that one. We all take turns, and we're going to talk about, I think, mainly chemtrails and also possibly some electric Earth issues. And
Good.
yeah, because I think we need to investigate that more. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around, but it's still a pretty interesting theory. So that's what's being planned.
Good. And real quick, because obviously there's people from all over. So are you? Let's see. On Thursday, is that 10 p.m. Eastern time?
Yes, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, 10 p.m. Eastern on Jibby Jedi.
I think it is on his channel. I really didn't know for sure, but if I'm on the panel, then it's got to be his.
I saw the trailer earlier today, and I thought it was already done, and I was like, oh, and then it was like a minute and something. I'm like, oh crap! I thought I was like watching the real. So, yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern, and then yours with the Flat Earth Pill is Monday 1 p.m. Everyone also 1 p.m.
Yes,
I believe.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
and
yes.
that's Eastern time. Okay.
Yeah, and I thought this Jibby's trailer was awesome. It was just perfect, and it's professionally done trailer, and really says what NASA did to him and a lot of other people, that they just tore up his world. Just like he's got Kylo Ren in there saying the same thing.
Yeah, so, I did see it. I thought it was actually brilliantly done. Brian, that's Monday. Yeah, Monday 1 p.m. Eastern for Knowledge Scavengers channel, which is Paula. We all know where's Paula, but it's Knowledge Scavenger. Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Monday.
I have an echo.
Brian's type chatting it out there for you, just to put it out there for everyone to please take a look and obviously be a part of, and be nice, leave comments, but as always, be respectful.
Yeah. Well, I am truly crashing, and I got an echo anyways, I think. Well, I may be gone now, but I'll see you guys sometime tomorrow.
Absolutely. I know we'll chat tomorrow, so you have yourself a good night, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thanks.
Okay, good night.
Night.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'll answer a couple final questions here before. Holy crap, there's a lot of chat going on in here.
Not that chat, the other chat.
Well, no, I know that, but I got to see one to get the other. Just give me a second to scan down here, folks. And check out Knowledge Scavenger. Check out Paula's stuff. She does some good stuff. Very, very, very nice lady. What's at the top? I'll see it. I can just scroll down. Please. Patience. Okay. Yep, saw that. Mm-hmm. Oops. Let's see. Disagrees with Robert. No, that do not exist. I come from meteority on the Earth. I am. Okay, well, that's a good one. So you believe in God, but not the Bible. I'm really correct with that. Well, boy, I can go on about that for a long time. I'm not going to go on a long time tonight, guys. Try to get some decent hours of sleep, but Silver's out there. I had a question about, let's see. Believe in a creator, yes. Bible, I believe in the creator, yes. I don't think I need a book to tell me what that is. And there's a delay, so I apologize to Silver Wolf out there. So, no, I'm definitely not one of those that goes around hugging the Bible and thumping on it, or any book for that matter, all written by men. I do have many friends that are still friends and still will be, that can recite you any of those types of things. Mm-hmm. Yep. Nope, I already see that. Already got that one. Because your model is based on a biblical premise of not worry if you do or don't. Actually, the model is copyrighted by Brian and myself. The one that we have come up with, which is something that we came up with, and there's no point in actually asking. It wraps a bunch of things that we've actually chatted with many people about, and put together something that we're looking at that really wraps a bunch of other things together. And that's where we came up with that. Yeah, just researching, looking into it, and kind of going that way. But when you get into all that stuff, to be honest with you, I believe, and I know Brian's got a bad connection. So Brian, if I'm reaching out here a little differently, just hit me up somewhere real quick so I can stop. But we're actually putting something together where we're going to show 5 different Bibles with 5 different texts in the same identical place, and all 5 say something different, including the Masonic Bible. All of those. And we're going to be presenting that because by what you're saying, you believe in one book. Well, okay. Get the one book. There isn't one. There's many. There's many different things. And not one of them says, or it can't actually talk, of course. None of them read the same way. There are so many. So if somebody starts to reference a certain one, you lost me at the word go. You've already lost me. Well, you don't have to believe in it. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to believe in any. You can believe in all. You don't have to believe in any. That's, the question's a loaded question from the very beginning. But actually, Silver should actually get on the panel one time and just jump in and jump in and chat. I actually haven't seen Silver. I believe Silver is a female, I believe. I've seen Silver Wolf around, but again, many people clone different accounts, so it's hard to know which is which. And I know there's a time delay too, so I believe Silver's a woman. But yeah, if you'd like to be certainly part of the panel or something like that. I mean, we could maybe no panel for you, female, yes. Oh, okay. Well, the invitation's out there, Silver Wolf. If you do want to be part of the panel and come on and chat about that, or chat about something, that'd be fine. We might even do this one closed doors. We might even do something which is between some of us that are friends, Silver, and perhaps not. We will not be live. Maybe. In fact, maybe that's a good thing not to do, is not be live, and maybe just put it out there, because obviously with presenting you got to switch with cameras and different obviously different books and show them and present and everything. So maybe we'll do something on the side and not live, but certainly if you want to participate, say actually the one to send to send Brian a link or some information. So if you want to be part of that, when we make that, and it's in the process right now. We haven't decided on anything, but we'll be deciding on that very shortly. And if you want to be part of the process, we will more than likely do that something where it's done amongst a very small group privately, and then put out there and then put out there. So there's no interaction between side chat and those sorts of things. It's a group chat among a few friends, and nothing gets excitable or anything like that, but some chatting among friends. Yeah, but not live. That one won't be live, because that upsets a lot of people when you start up and down with different versions and everything else. So that might be something that we just go ahead and do on the side, and of course we'll have to reference all the Bibles we pull it from, and it's got to all be in the chat. So there's a little more than just starting a live chat on something like that. There's got to be a lot of obviously some footnotes below to give all the books and everything credit where credit is due, of course. Okay. Actually, with that being said, everybody, it's been a great time. I'm actually going to shut this down. If you are just joining or just listening, actually a couple might be just joining in now and listening, which is totally fine. Sorry you couldn't be here earlier, but go back to the beginning, and you can see the proposed information that Brian and I had gone over earlier. Some different things and different models which we have come up with totally independent of anyone, and I just drew this on a whim. Just started drawing on a board, and a couple videos back we actually made a certain reference that this is ours, and it's a process, and we are definitely claiming the copyright on this. So that's it. There is no other. I do want to thank everybody. I want to thank Brian. Obviously, he's out there. He might be losing Wi-Fi or something. I know he's having some bad connections, actually. Peaches just got home from work and stuff, so we're going to actually take a little time and possibly look around some videos, maybe get a little something to eat, and get some get a good night's sleep here, and be on real soon. And there'll be more stuff coming, and definitely do appreciate everybody stopping by. And of course, Paula making a nice visit toward the end there, and I know hopefully she's getting some sleep too. She's also doing good work on her stuff, and look forward to seeing you all again. Till then, take care all. God bless.